are live on Pop Culture Breakdown, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. We are here today with our panel of pop culture pundits to discuss the highs and lows of the week. One of the lows for me was Pukehard, Season 3, Episode 1. I had my say in a video review that I did, and also rampaging on the Twitter. And, I'm interested in hearing what everybody else is going to think about it. And that's what we will be coming up with here shortly, folks. Shortly. We will have people joining us in hour 2 to discuss a little bit of that Pukehard stuff. But welcome, everybody. I'm just glad to have you all here. And we are here with Rancor Steve of Man-O-Rama fame. Hello, Rancor Steve. How are you doing, buddy?
Hello. I'm good to be here. Just got off the ranch. I'm ready to rumble.
Oh, yeah? Did you kill any people that were trying to quit?
Trying to quit? Oh, no. I made them work with the cattle, with a bull. I make them ride a bull, see how long, Bronco style.
And then the bull kills him?
Bull ain't a Bronco. What am I talking about? Shit. I've been out in the field too long.
He's quite a rancher. You can tell, folks. He really, he knows his shit. And
he's riding a Bronco with some very dust around him.
Yes. And he eats mushrooms and can teleport all over the universe with a special spore drive. It's just fabulous. And broadcasting live either from the set of the Titan in Picard Season 3 or inside a Blue Meanie's asshole. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Ambrosia. How you doing, Gary?
I'm doing all right. Feeling a little blue. Wacka, wacka. Yeah, here I am on the set of the Titan.
Oh, really?
Can you see me?
No, not well. A little bit, yeah, kind of, sort of. When you move,
right.
When you move, you know what I mean. Otherwise, you kind of blend into a sea of blue. Of course, that blueness is coming from the audience that's sick and tired of this Kurtzman shit. But never mind. And also, we have a treat, Douglas Nelson, aka Mr. Nailson. Hey, Douglas, how are you doing, buddy?
Well, I have lights. I can't show them at the moment, but
how many lights?
Yeah,
exactly. Nobody gives a shit anymore. Nobody gives a shit how many lights you see, Jean-Luc. We're done. But anyway, it's great to see you all here, and it's been a fun week for me. I am under the weather, folks. I will confess it. I am not feeling all that great. In fact, I'm feeling kind of shitty, but the show must go on. We are here. We are all assembled, and we're going to be, like I said, talking about Picard Season 3, Episode 1 at the start of the hour, next hour. But first, I would like to share with you guys a little bit of, it's what we call the breakdown. Issue 1. This was an article that was out on the Direct called "Why Marvel's Phase 5 Delays Are a Good Thing." For those of you who have not been paying attention or have given up on Marvel or, just couldn't be bothered, they announced that a number of Phase 5 releases have been delayed and are being postponed and pushed off. And I'm not surprised, I mean, beyond a certain point, even the production staff and executives over at Marvel have to look at the shit they're doing and say, hey, God, this sucks. Like they just maybe they had an intervention by Morpheus or something, they're sitting there, well, okay, let's screen this thing. And then they wake up, an hour later and what did I miss? And they start realizing, hey, this thing is as effective as Ambien. We got to fix this. I don't know. But, they've got Captain Marvel and the Marvels coming out. They've got, let's just go over all these things. Because this is, I don't know. This is past due, honestly. Now, according to the Direct, 4 of Marvel Studios' 2023 Phase 5 releases have seemingly been bumped out of this year and into the next, but that may actually be good for the MCU as a whole. As a whole? As an asshole? That's what I would say. Marvel Studios always had a tough task with Phase 4, following up on Avengers Endgame and the Infinity Saga. Unfortunately, that job only got harder when the COVID-19 pandemic rolled around, blah, blah, blah. Well, you can't, after a while, you got to stop blaming the COVID and start blaming the incompetence and the wokeness and, Brie Larson and Brie Larson's acting and Brie Larson's feet and whatever else parts of Brie Larson that might pertain. But other than COVID, that hasn't been the end of the troubles, as behind the scenes, difficulties have continued to plague the franchise, in part caused by the massive increase in content output overwhelming visual effects houses. As a whole, the fan response to Phase 4 simply hasn't been as unanimously positive as the Infinity Saga of the past. Oh, God almighty. According to rumors, Marvel Studios has internally had a similar reaction to Phase 4 and has even begun taking steps to assure quality control and reevaluate the future releases in Phase 5 and beyond. In other words, they realize that they're sucking. They fucking suck. My God. I wonder when they realized it. Was it Shang-Chi? Was it the Eternals? What was the final straw that broke the camel's back and they maybe said, hey, maybe we should just try and stop sucking a little bit. Maybe we should go ahead and actually watch the shit that we're making and see if it makes us throw up like it does the audience. I don't know. So which Phase 5 movies and shows have been delayed, you ask? Marvel Studios revealed a number of these Phase 5 projects that are delayed, mainly on Disney+. Number 1, Echo. Echo is a spinoff of Hawkeye. Alaqua Cox's Disney Plus project has reportedly vacated its summer 2023 window and moved to an early 2024 release. This will place the series right before Daredevil Born Again, which it appears Echo will directly connect to. What If Season 2 has been delayed. It has been, it was supposed to have already been out. And now they're kind of shuffling it around. It says somewhere maybe in 2023. Nope. Now it's been bumped to 2024. Now, Agatha, Coven of Chaos, which now, please, folks, look, you guys do Manorama. You guys, with the cowboy. I don't want y'all crying when you're here. All right. Because I know the bitter disappointment is going to be such that, I fear that tears will flow like wine. The delays for Agatha, Coven of Chaos, may appear strange as production just recently began. But the premiere has reportedly been moved until after Daredevil Born Again, with the Man Without Fear's solo series set to occupy a large portion of next year with its 18-episode run. A leap from before to after it automatically makes for a sizable delay. Blade is going to be delayed. Marvel Studios announced a delay to Blade in October 2022, shifting from November 2023 to October 2024. Wow. This news came as no surprise after the original director's departure spurred production delays and a script rewrite following the appointment of the replacement director. At the same time, Deadpool 3 and Fantastic Four were also delayed from their original 2024 release dates, although neither was placed to fall under Phase 5. So now it's looking like Deadpool 3 is shifting to November of 2024. And we won't see anything from Marvel's First Family. Funny they call it the First Family when it's like the last property that they've adapted. February 2025. If we're unlucky, and never if we're lucky, because I know that they're just going to fuck this thing up beyond all comprehension. Reed Richards, Sue Storm, Johnny Storm, and Ben Grimm can't get a break. Just cannot get a break. And the Marvels. Oh no, not the Marvels. Say it ain't so. They're not delaying the Marvels. It was set to release on July 28th, thus having another piece of shit to ruin summer. But they have had a little mercy on us now, and they've shifted it to the season of other turkeys, November. Captain Marvel sequel, The Marvels, shifted to November 10th. The reasons behind the move are unclear, although the decision may be to shorten the gap between theatrical releases, blah, 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 blah. Ironheart. Oh my God. Is there, let me just stop here. So I think that like Daredevil, Born Again sounds like it might be interesting, but doesn't this just seem like, like shoveling crap out the back of a truck? Like they say, oh, and here's Echo. And here's, Agatha, Coven of whatever. And here's the Marvels. And look at this shit. Ironheart was originally Plus in fall of 2023, and it would serve as a direct sequel to Black Panther Wakanda Forever. And now it's pushed to early 2024. So we will have to wait to see Riri put on her cornrow Iron Man helmet, or Iron Whammon, or whatever, the Iron they helmet with the cornrows. I don't know, man. This just seems like a steaming huge pile of shit. Douglas, what do you think of this shit? I mean, phase 5, it sounds just as bad as phase 4 to me.
Yeah. I've never been fond of shit. I
know.
I tend to always flush that away.
I know. I don't save it. I don't store it up.
Well, you got to understand, you see, these projects, they're what they're good at is checking off certain checklist boxes. So they certainly did that. That was the priority. And then the stuff about fascinating characters and story development and all that sort of thing. Well, we'll figure that out at the 11th hour. And so that's where you are now. And so, yeah, they delay, no, scrap, not scrapbook, scrap it all, devote actual talent to Daredevil. You need that.
Yeah.
Your best hope is Guardians of the Galaxy, except perhaps what they've done to Nebula, and then Spider-Man. And that's all you got going for you, and all this other stuff is just dragging you. Of course, a lot of this stuff, like Echo, I think is shot. It's ready to go.
Right.
But it's probably so bad. They're like, oh crap.
Exactly.
Oh no, what do we do? And so that, and then the what if thing, I guess that's a cartoon. If it was supposed to be already out, that means they're going to have to redo that because it must be so god awful.
Oh, fuck yes, dude.
So
all this shit is just horrible. I don't see one single project on this list that is filling me with joy.
No. And actually, I said, like, they need to put emphasis on Daredevil because that's the only recent excitement they've had. But I just dread what's that's going to be. It says, oh, it's Born Again. No, it isn't.
Yeah,
that story is very specific in how it carries out, and to just jump into it because it's probably one of the most popular Daredevil stories. And say, hey, it's going to have Daredevil and Kingpin in it, and yeah, but if it's just going to be more in the tone of She-Hulk,
right,
and whatever Echo is supposed to precede it and set it up, I don't know. It's sad. But
do you think when it comes out, let's face it, is it going to be She-Pin?
Yeah.
Queen Pin?
That was always the problem for Wilson Fisk, is he was denying his inner female. and he'll make the transition. I mean, they will make the transition.
What we took for his enormous gut was just low-hanging knockers.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah, just move it around, and there you go. Look what you got. Surprise. But yeah, they put themselves in this position. They keep hiring so-called talent that has no experience in these storylines, which is why you end up with something like She-Hulk. And that's the future of Marvel. And you're locked into this mindset. So now what do you do? You know, I mean, you need actual people who understand and how to do this. I don't care what is or isn't in their pants. I don't care what they look like. I don't care where they're from. Do they have a grasp for this? Are they professional? Do they know how to write? And that's what you need. And you're lucky in that you have decades of material to work with, but you just keep using that as Easter egg material and nothing more. So, yeah, after 2 years of crap, you know, and I mean, it's like, well, yeah, these new movies, Shang-Chi and Eternals, you know, and we're putting them out there, but don't worry, we've got Doctor Strange and Thor on the way. Yeah, you did. Oh my God. I mean, and in Thor, love it, that really spelled it all out, where they even normal, typical shills started. They really cluttered it with too many jokes. And because I mean, it's the core of the story is Thor reuniting with Jane, but she's dying of cancer. Oh man, that's hilarious.
I know.
Oh man, I couldn't stop laughing. And you know, and then by the end, they don't even notice that she's dying, but he's got an omnipotent God there that would cure her if he just asked.
Right.
But he doesn't.
Right. But it was hilarious, dude.
You just don't notice these things about that. That's another problem. They're so inept. It's not just the woke crap. I mean, the woke crap is on the center of their mind to where they're distracted from actual storytelling, you know, and plot and whatnot. And it just, my God, it just keeps worse and worse and worse. And then and then they've pissed off all their CGI artists. That's another thing that happened, and it shows.
Yeah,
you know, because they keep rewriting things towards at the 11th hour, you know, and it's just like, get back in that volume room, and no, yeah, and I the Ant-Man movies, I liked them, you know, they weren't as popular as the other ones, and here's another turd they just dropped on the floor.
I liked the first one also.
Yeah, it was a good one.
It was fun. I mean, you know, and the second one was okay, but now I heard, I don't know about the third one.
Yeah, the third one just sounds awful. I mean, I've already heard what the plot is. That's another thing. Is like things don't make sense. You didn't think it through. And then the teenage girl makes a magic super duper machine, just pulls it out of her ass. And that's the whole core of the plot to get them to where they're going. I mean, the stuff like that. It's like, God damn it. You know, you just don't think it through. You start off with Tony Stark stuck in the desert as a super genius and struggles terribly to build his first suit. And now you just have kids, you know, doing it, you know, just farts one out. You know, it's just like, no, that doesn't work that way. But that's just one aspect of it. You know, it's just all falling down. And
it really is.
And you can't just say it's superhero fatigue. No, it's stupid fatigue.
Exactly.
I'm so fatigued by the stupidity.
Bad joke, fatigue, forced humor fatigue, substandard writing fatigue, woke fatigue. I mean, it's just like we're very fatigued. The whole thing. We're just sick and tired of this shit. And, you know, standards are getting lowered every day. You know, there are people out there that are, you know, now just kind of saying, well, you know, I'll accept any shit, you know. It's because I'm so worn down. Although my favorite review of Thor: Love and Thunder, gosh, I forget where. I think it was in Forbes, maybe. It was a one-line like blurb that I think is going to go on the DVD for Thor: Love and Thunder, and it said, "Quote: Watching Thor: Love and Thunder, it was like Paul Lynde never died." And I forget it was just so funny. It was so goddamn funny. And it was just, It was Paul Linder, Charles Nelson Riley. I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember. They're so close to each other. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know. Maybe, but yeah.
But Jesus, I mean, this shit is terrible. Echo. I mean, I don't know. I'm not.
No,
what if? I don't care about that.
I know the character, but I mean, that's just that's another thing. They put all these supporting characters at best.
Oh, I know.
Up front and all that, and it's like, no, that's not how that works. And they don't even do it right. It just, yeah.
But surely you must feel different about Agatha, Coven of Chaos.
Oh man, what a breakout star, huh?
She was
she
amazing.
came in there and saved WandaVision. I mean,
yes.
Thank God. Otherwise, it might have been terrible.
Yes. Yes, exactly. I mean, that was like the worst part of
yes.
WandaVision was Agatha and her bullshit. Yeah, well, other than of course, Wanda basically, holding a whole town full of people in bitter bondage like Pharaoh.
You have no idea what she sacrificed for them.
I know. So that's a complete dog. I don't even. Blade. Why do we need another? Well, whatever. That one might be okay. It might be okay.
You answered your own question.
I mean, it's not Wesley Snipes, so I don't know. It's like, okay, they got a guy that looks kind of like Wesley Snipes. All right, well, that's fair. Whatever.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, it's kind of required for the character, but I
know.
Mean,
but it's like,
if they, well, they're not going to do.
At least
it,
he's a guy.
The suggestion
is a guy.
yeah, I know he's a man, but apparently the original plot was his daughter would take over.
What?
Right.
So that would be the thing for Blade.
Right.
It'd probably be a one and done for him, and then his daughter would be the new vampire hunter. But what
they change it to like pocket knife or something?
Yeah,
blade or
she's pocket knife, and
Well,
that's awesome.
Or how about stiletto?
Yeah,
stiletto.
What they ought to do is spin Blade out of Werewolf by Night, but that would make sense, Yeah. See, Werewolf by Night only happened because no one paid attention at Marvel to it. It just they shot it, and there you go. They will destroy that.
Yes. And what about the Marvels with like I said, like my Hollywood spies told me way back that they were not happy about Brie Larson after Captain Marvel came out. They were not happy. I don't care what the numbers say. For various reasons, they were unhappy. For a while, they were thinking about like casting her with Spider-Man to try to give her some personality.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an even article about that, like Spider-Man and her take on the Sinister Six or something. But now they found another way to water down Captain Marvel's sequel. To prevent it from being a Captain Marvel sequel as much as humanly possible, which is we just lump in a whole bunch of other marvelous gals in there and just kind of stick her in the shit sandwich as the shit between the bread there. I mean they've lumped her in with a whole bunch like Ms. Marvel and what's her name?
Well, Monica Rambeau, the original first female Captain Marvel, that they somehow forgot despite all their virtue signaling.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. It was a black woman from the 80s, but I don't know. Somehow they missed that.
I thought there was another one. I thought there was like Monica and Brie Larson and Ms. Marvel and somebody else that I can't even. That's so like low in my consciousness that I couldn't even.
Oh, in the comics, they've had tons of them. They were but there was the original, which was a man. So screw him. Then he died. So then, then he had a son and a daughter. I don't know what happened to the son. Then the daughter was Captain Marvel for a while, which actually she was even better than Carol Danvers because she was a lesbian. So I don't know why she got ignored. That just because
I would
Marvel is
watch
clearly
that.
homophobic.
Ooh.
So
Wait, now how do we know she was a lesbian?
she had a lover in the comics.
They showed this?
Well,
Yes, she
Really?
yeah, Drax's daughter was her lover. Yeah.
And where can I get this comic book?
Daughter of
That's it.
Drax's. I don't know what the.
I'm intrigued. You have my attention.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna check
all of a
this
sudden,
out.
like Rancor's.
Well, I mean, yeah, her girlfriend
Yeah.
was bald, but
Oh,
but
That's
yeah.
all right.
okay, all right. Well, yeah. Other than that, she was
So
pretty
was
hot.
so was Ilya in Star Trek: The Motion Picture. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah. There you go.
Although
So
I probably
anyway.
have to put a wig on her because she looked like Rancor Steve.
Well,
you know?
I'm afraid due to your comments, Marvel will not be pursuing that direction because your male gaze is ruining the gay.
sorry.
So
I really like that the computer on the refit Enterprise was a toxic male computer. Because like when Ilea materializes in the sonic shower naked, and it says throw some clothes on her, it's like super short, and she's wearing pantyhose and high heels, like
Right?
like she's walking the streets, making
I know.
making money
Yeah.
for the M5
it's
unit.
like
her
it's
pimp.
like a skirt up to her fucking belly button. It's really high.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
She looked good, man.
She,
that
she did
was-
look
Looked
good. She did look good. It was
Yeah.
a nice.
well, you got to understand, Kurt came in to oversee the refit, and well,
That's what happened. He's
Yeah,
sitting there
he
programming the
reprogrammed it.
computer. He's like,
yeah.
"Hmm."
I don't care about where you place the transporter. I just want the computer to be toxic. And if any naked women appear in my shower, I want her to be practically naked still. I mean, that's what it seems like.
Yeah,
to
it's
me.
too bad about those crewmen who became ground beef, but
Well, that was regrettable. There was no point in putting them in high heels and pantyhose at that point.
Each man just makes sure. Don't worry, Yeoman Rand. It's not your fault.
But still, come by my cabin later. I've got to reprimand you in that special way. I want to be the enemy within. But not in the dreadful porno Star Trek parody they did, the Enema Within, which was really not.
Oh my God.
That was
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
It was German, of course.
Mm.
All those.
That is
I
cool.
haven't seen this.
yeah.
I don't know what the
Are-
fuck
are
y'all are
German.
talking about.
You
That
haven't
sounds
seen
weird.
it?
No,
The
I haven't
Enemy
seen it.
Within, dude.
Oh,
The Enema
man.
Within? No, I've never seen that.
The Enemy Within.
You're in for a treat, buddy.
Yeah.
That's where Captain Kirk got split into an evil Captain Kirk and a good
I've
Captain-
seen the original series episode. I'm talking about this German porno version that you're talking
Well,
about.
yeah, you
I've
haven't
never
seen it
that
because I
one.
just made it up.
Oh,
I'd seen it.
okay. All
I
right.
was just
mentioned
bullshitting.
ever
I would have felt really stupid if I would have said, "Yeah, I saw that. I think it's really great." You know.
No, he says, actually, I've got that right here, and he pulls it out. I'm like, oh shit!
Wow,
Well,
look at that.
look at that.
Right.
Anyway, Ironheart. Oh my god!
So so I get the link from you, Doomcock, and I actually called up a couple people who work. I'm not going to give out names, but they're doing some Marvel stuff, and I was like, hey, can you give me some scoop on this article? And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just say it's just bad. And that's the only thing they could say. And I was like, can you give me any other scoop? And they're like, no, we're not allowed to say anything, but it's bad. It's going to be revamped of everything. So I didn't know about the Echo. There's a lot of things I don't know about their, like Echo, I think would probably be their TV show coming up. And the Agatha, I think that's what's the, is it Agatha?
Agatha, Coven of whatever.
Chaos, I think.
Yeah, Coven of Chaos. We've got What If. We got Echo. We've got Blade. We've got the Marvels. We've got Ironheart.
We get all this shit we never asked for.
Exactly. Oh, it's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
just,
So,
it's just all
With
shit.
Blade, didn't they go through like what, 2 directors? Didn't the original
Yeah, I
director
think
just
so.
say-
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, it was in
Yeah.
trouble. There was almost talk of it might be scrapped altogether.
Yes.
Mm.
But apparently it's back on.
You guys ever notice how common that seems now?
Yeah.
There's
Oh, yeah.
so many problems. There's, oh, well, this director quit, that director quit, these 5 directors quit. Like, how many fucking directors can you have on one movie? I love it. Like, teams of directors. This person left, that person left. Oh, we're doing reshoots. It's obnoxious. It's like, it's more common than not now.
Yeah, it's a problem when your director is not allowed to direct, because
Yeah.
they have to wait for Feige to tell them what to do.
Yeah. Pre 2000s, that shit was not acceptable. That was not a thing. That was not a normal thing. That's kind of a normal thing now. All these reshoots and problems, and directors being fired for having integrity and things like that, or being complete asshats.
Yeah.
So
See, the thing what you need to do is all right, we're going to do this specific movie about this character, and then you get a script. And then you look at it and say, yeah, it's a good plot and stuff, but I would like it to do this. Okay, you fix that. And then you get it together and you come to the agreement. This is the direction. This is where we're going. Okay, fine, good. Director Smith, it's all yours. That's it. That's when the decision has been made. You can't come in 3 months before it's supposed to premiere.
Right.
And say, I need this character to be a woman now. Oh God,
Unless the people on Twitter tell you to do that, then they need to jump back in and spend $80 million and reshoot.
Holy crap.
Yes.
There is such a thing as too late. And
Oh, fuck yes. I mean that's obvious. And I mean, when it's too late, when you don't even have a script.
Yeah, I know.
When you don't even have a script, when you've got like a series of scenes that you're going to shoot with variations on them, and you're just going to scrapbook the whole thing, and then you're going to assemble it soullessly in a goddamn editor's bay or something. I mean that's when you're really fucked, which is all the fucking time. And then they put it together, and then they show it to people, and the people throw up or spontaneously combust or ask to see enema within instead,
and not in a good way,
like they'd rather watch German poopin vids than the aforementioned Marvel thing. Das Pupen in der Theater,
poopin vids
with the poopin vids
is
better than Agatha Coven of Chaos or Chaos of Coven or Covenware. Have a Covenware party. I don't know. Jesus Christ. I'm so sick of this shit. Honestly. I mean, after a while, you just go insane. You just go insane. I feel insane. Yeah. I felt sick all week, and I think it's probably Pukehard. I think it really just impacted me. I think that's what I'm feeling. The sore throat,
you really?
Eyes,
as if you didn't expect it. Really?
Eyes burning. I think it's Pukehard. And it is a pile of shit. But we're gonna talk about that. But yeah, I mean, this is just embarrassing, folks. This is just. I mean, Gary, did you have any of these movies that or shows or anything on this that you are excited by, other than the fact that they're delayed? I mean, that's the thing that's wonderful, is that the longer they're delayed, the more time we have not to see them. Do you understand the beauty of this?
I get that. Yeah, I didn't even know.
That's really nice.
I really honestly did not know that half of the shit was coming out, and I didn't give a shit anyway. I mean, this is like the caboose on the end of a derailed train. Nobody gives a fuck about Marvel Phase, whatever the hell it is. Nobody gives a shit. I mean, these are probably like what?
4. Nobody cared about Phase 4.
Exactly. I mean, these are all things that have been, coming down the pipe about what, a year and a half ago or something like that. And even back then, nobody gave a fuck. So I don't know. I guess, it's all about contracts. I mean, the reason we actually got, 3 seasons of this fucking Picard bullshit was because up front they negotiated for the 3 seasons. And by the time the first one came out, it didn't matter whether it was garbage or not. They still are compelled to make the next 2. So it's kind of the same situation. These movies have been slated for quite a long time. And, I don't, I don't know. What is it that stops a piece of shit from being made? I don't know, because they keep getting made. You'd figure you have enough time to stop the piece of shit from being made, but because especially if it's 2 years out. No, they're just letting them come out. I guess I don't know. Maybe it's cheaper to let them go through with their contracts than to be sued in canceling them. I don't know. I don't fucking get it, man. I don't understand.
I don't think there's anybody doing quality control. I mean,
nobody asked for this garbage. Nobody fucking asked for it. There's like nobody.
Yeah. And I mean, by now they've had plenty of lessons already for these movies that came out that were no good, and because it's like, oh, they're doing reshoots and course corrections, but the course corrections are just as bad. It must have been really bad before. I don't know, but
yeah, I know it. Go ahead.
So, have you guys noticed that ever since Robert Downey Jr. left, that every single Marvel movie has gone down in tanks? Like Chris Hemsworth has even said he's never going to work for Taiki Waititi, whoever that director is, ever again.
He say that?
And he said he's never going to do Thor if this guy's directing.
No
After
shit.
Thor:
Wow.
Love and Thunder, yeah, he's like, I'm never going to do this because of all the jokes. It went away from everything. And I noticed a trend where it was like Robert Downey Jr., once he left, everything just went downhill. And they're to me, it feels like they're trying to wipe away from Jon Favreau and Robert Downey Jr., which are the two people who made what Marvel Studios is supposed to be. Those are the two guys that made that big. And hearing Chris Hemsworth say, I'm out, like, I'm never going to do a Thor movie if this guy's directing, because it's all jokes. I didn't see the last Thor. I didn't have to. It sounded stupid to begin with. I thought it was a lesbo porno for a second when they said Love and Thunder. I was like, well, hey, I'll watch that.
Yeah, Love and Thunder sounds like a certain kind of bar.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
You roll into.
Love and Thunder.
Hey, we're gonna go down to Love and Thunder night. You want to come? No. Oh, but it's okay. It's
Gary, we
men's
should open
night.
up a bar.
It's men's night. So come on down. That just
If it
means
has-
recruitment night. You know what I mean?
I know exactly. I mean,
That's all that shit means.
Like,
Trust me, I fell for that one.
Oh,
That's right. God
It's
damn it.
straight
bring
night.
the
Don't
lightning
worry
out
about
of
it.
the
It's
thunder.
straight night, okay?
yeah.
just don't go to Lumberjack bar in LA. Just don't do it.
Don't do it. Yeah.
No.
I
I
concur.
fell for that one.
The
I
Lumberjack
concur,
Bar.
Dr. Rancor.
Oh, dear.
Yes. Yeah.
And what was your prescription for the cure for that particular malady? A red door named Exit. That was probably the best prescription to get away.
Don't wear flannel.
Yeah.
Especially not flannel PJs with the little flap in the back.
Yeah.
That would not. I'm just
Loose
saying.
flannel's okay. Tight flannel, no. Don't do that.
Yes.
Don't do that.
Now, the direct was saying 4 reasons why Phase 5 delays could save the MCU, which I love because they're actually admitting in that the MCU needs saving. All the excuses about COVID aside and visual effects houses being overwhelmed, etc. No, the MCU needs to be saved because it is sucking hard. Okay, let's just be honest. They say quality over quantity. Many fans feel the MCU ran just as strong in Phase 4 as it did in the Infinity Saga, but of course all of them were kicked in the head by mules and dropped when they were babies, but never mind. A massive chunk of the fan base has voiced a decline in interest. Among the chief areas for criticism have included the writing, humor, visual effects, and a lack of connection to the newest heroes as many of the MCU veterans are phased out. In other words, every single aspect of the MCU that is covered by that list. Marvel Studios is apparently taking steps to assure quality control going into phases 5 and 6 of the MCU. So it's just like my spies reported, and I mentioned that Iger had basically called Feige into his office and says, so can we stop sucking? And Feige was like, well, gosh, I don't know. We really got to get the message across. And Iger was like, well, why don't you go ahead and do any message you want as long as maybe you stop sucking? And I don't know what the result of that meeting was, but apparently they've got some kind of quality control over Phase 5 and 6 of the MCU, and who, of course, who's doing the quality control? Kathleen Kennedy. Tico Woke Titty. I mean, who the fuck is actually qualified to do that? I don't know. Not the fans. Not the fans.
So that's a real thing that Thor actually Hemsworth said that he's not going to do the film if Wakatiti Ati or whatever the fuck his name is isn't directing. That's a real thing.
No, is directing, right?
It is directing. That's what I mean. Yeah, that's a real thing.
That's
He
what
said
Rancor Steve said. I hadn't heard that.
If this guy's directing, I am not on board. Wow.
But it's kind of interesting that even this article is saying that things are not great here. And I think that I don't think there's any debate on that. The only question really is, in my mind, can they do anything to come back? Like, I would differ with Rancor Steve just to one extent, that he said, well, everything has sucked since they killed Tony Stark in, Avengers Endgame. Well, no, I mean, I think that Spider-Man No Way Home was outstanding. But of course, that was really a Sony movie that, was kind of with Marvel and tying in a little bit. But I mean, basically, you had characters from the Sony movies in Spider-Man No Way Home. And I mean, it felt like a Sony movie. It didn't feel like a Marvel movie.
Yeah, well, Spider-Man. I mean, Spider-Man
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Doug. Spider-Man was an aberration. That's just an anomaly amongst all the slate. So that's really nothing to point to, other than it should have been a lesson for them, but they don't learn anything. And so that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm guessing Guardians would be another aberration, and then perhaps the next Spider-Man movie. But then I don't know, the way they're going, they'll mess that up too. So it's done. I'm sorry, it's over.
I think it is. I mean, I don't see any way back. I'm looking forward to Guardians of the Galaxy 3 and Deadpool, because I've very much enjoyed the Deadpool series. I mean,
Deadpool would be another aberration, as it's practically a separate thing entirely.
Well, it's Sony again.
Yeah, and they'll weave it in some kind of way, but for the most part, it'll be a Deadpool movie, and then it's kind of like with Guardians, are both goodbye movies, really.
That's true.
That's it.
Well, another option would be to just change to another medium. I mean, is there a Marvel World at Disneyland? No, I'm serious. Is there
I don't know.
Wouldn't it be cool if Iron Man was walking around the theme park and you can get a photo with him or something like that? I mean, why isn't there a small city area that there's the Stark Tower and stuff like that? Why don't they just change from, if we're done with the cinematic universe and being, movies and stuff like that, why not change it over to the theme parks and start building some things to where people can go and see their favorite characters and interact with them? You know what I mean? Why can't that just transfer over to a new medium?
Well, you made one mistake. It's not going to be Iron Man. It will be Ironheart.
Right. Understand? I got you. Brother Doug, I get it. This is fantasy.
I know you're thinking.
This is the fantasy world that I live in. Where everything works out and everything is smart and intelligently done.
You're thinking too much, Gary. You're trying to think of practicalities and reality and stuff, and what actually.
I apologize, Doug. I'm sorry.
Actually exists. Oh my God, Gary, you're so stupid.
I know, right? I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. I won't let it happen again.
Gary's been hanging out with the bunnies too much,
right?
And they wiggle their noses at him and they hop and they share their carrots with him, and now he's getting all fluffy and sweet, and he's huffing rainbow farts.
This is what I work hard for every week.
From unicorns
to sit here and take this shit. This is it, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm still reeling from the rampant suck of Pukehard season 3. So I plus I'm feeling like shit. So that makes for a mean doomcock. So I apologize in advance if I'm being cruel. But you do hang out with the rabbits, though, don't you?
They're soft and fuzzy.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly. Just saying,
Yeah,
they're very sweet. I think CBS mailed fluffy bunnies to all the shills to warm them up for a Pukehard season 3, and then of course
Life would be pretty good.
I
Life
know.
would be pretty good.
I know. But I honestly, this is stunningly bad shit. I mean, other than Werewolf by Night, I haven't liked anything. Werewolf by Night and Spider-Man No Way Home, and that's it. I mean, She-Hulk was unwatchable pretty much. Fuck. I didn't even bother to look at Hawkeye. I didn't bother to.
That's the weird thing. As stupid as Hawkeye was, it was probably the second best D+ Marvel show. That's how bad things were. And then
D+.
the
D+.
one,
So it
Yeah,
passed.
Gone down.
yeah. And then
down.
the best one was Ms. Marvel. Nobody
That's the
saw
greatest
it.
Marvel movie ever made.
Yeah. Well, no, I wouldn't say. But out of those shows, that's what and the rest of them just for a variety of reasons. The chief one being they were all terrible, were just not worth 5 seconds. So it's just like things that are under the radar, so they're not as noticed as much by the powers that be. Kind of just do a story, and then it kind of works, which is what I think happened with Werewolf by Night. They just didn't really pay attention to it and said, "Hey, we're going to do this Halloween special." Yeah, all right, cool.
And it slipped right under their radar.
Right.
And they just didn't. And it was fucking great, man. It was great. The Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special was excellent as well, I thought.
Yeah, well, they left James Gunn alone.
Yeah.
And, so that's what happens when you do that.
Yeah.
Right?
For the most part, I mean, everything else is programmed for this. It's got to have this in it and that in it. Then they'll, oh, we forgot to put this in it and this message and that one. Oh, okay. That, and like you said, it starts out, hey, it's a cool scene seeing someone do a speeder across the desert with a Star Destroyer in the background. That looks cool. Yeah, it does. It's going to work, huh? What else happens? I don't know. We'll get there.
Yeah. We'll fix it in the editing room with all the multiple branching video game storylines, because we've got such a great story we can't even commit to one script. That's just that's the hallmark of a real visionary, when you have so much faith in your fucking story, so much faith in your story that you've got 10 different scripts worth of shit to shoot.
It's true. What happens in your movie? Everything.
That's right. When Jaws die, nobody cry. When MCU die, nobody give a shit either. That's basically Dino De Laurentiis updated. Nobody care that Marvel die. Nobody care anymore that Pukehard stink. Hey, I don't know.
I really hope Cocaine Bear kicks the crap out of Ant-Man.
Yeah.
I don't.
That would be fun.
That would be
fun.
hilarious.
Cocaine Bear, man. Cocaine Bear.
I'll go check it out.
Oh yeah.
A Bear on Blow. I'll go check it out. Fuck it.
Based on a true story, apparently.
Go figure. And it's got Ray Liotta.
Yeah.
A cocaine movie with Ray Liotta. I'm sold, man.
That's
it's
right.
Like Goodfellas too,
Yeah, this
Fuck
is where
it.
it ended up.
Go check it out.
Karen, what is the band in it?
It's right fucking there, Karen. It's right fucking there. Every time I see a helicopter, or we're driving, I say that shit to my wife, and she has no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's right fucking there.
I just love. I'm gonna love the part where Ray Liotta, obviously representing the mob, goes to Cocaine Bear to collect what he's owed. All right, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
You're gonna give us back our drugs, or you're gonna pay for them. Yeah, okay.
I watched a video where Ray Liotta was in an interview on some radio podcast, and they're like, "Who's the most overrated '80s, '90s actor?" And he's like, "Clint Eastwood." and they all looked at him weird. It was
what
like,
the fuck?
I don't fucking care. It was hilarious.
Yeah, the proper answer was him.
I know. That's what I was thinking. He was gonna say himself, but he
Yeah,
was
right.
looking up like this.
That would've
He was
been
looking
funny.
up in the air, and I was like, he's probably thinking Goodfellas at this moment.
That's
Right?
right.
He's like, Robert De Niro, fuck that guy.
I would really like, Joe Pesci to have a cameo in the Cocaine Bear. It's like, you're gonna give me the money back. You're gonna give me the money back. You're gonna pay for the drugs. Okay. Yeah, talk to my associate here. Yeah, okay, you fucking bear. Let me tell you something. You're gonna be a fucking clown bear in a fucking circus. You don't make over good with the cocaine. Okay, you understand?
I asked you whether I could come into this forest. When the fuck did I ask you when I could come into this forest? Don't you ever go over my head again, you furry motherfucker, you.
Am I a clown to you?
Will I amuse you? No, he's a big bear. He's a big bear. He knows what he said. What'd you say?
That's right.
So
You're
then
gonna
the
give me
bear.
a cocaine. You're gonna do a rug impression in my living room. You understand, motherfucker? Oh.
So then the bear guides him towards behind the tree, and then he turns around the corner, and there's a big pit the bear has dug for him. He's like, "Oh no!" And,
Beats him with a bat.
No. You've hit on something beautiful there. Like the bear runs to a cabin and locks himself inside. And then Joe Pesci and Ray Liotta are trying to get him out, and it's Home Alone 3 Cocaine Bear. And Cocaine Bear is leaving all these traps and clever things. And then, he's looking at the camera and putting his paws on the sides of his muzzle and going, oh, I think that.
Oh my God.
I think,
Oh man,
that's the sequel.
Macaulay Culkin. What do you think?
Fuck yeah. Let's do
cameo
that
by
movie.
Macaulay Culkin getting eaten by Cocaine Bear. I think that would be great.
Yes.
So then the bear absorbs all his knowledge of traps and whatnot.
Yeah. It's a shame that Cocaine Bear wasn't a huge star in the 80s because, man, he would have made a mint. You know what I mean? He would have been in every fucking movie. He would have been at every party. They'd be like, hey.
He would have been. That's true.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got it. Cocaine Bear is coming down. He's got like the shakes and shit because he's out of cocaine, right?
Yeah.
And he's in the cabin. He's pacing around. He goes to liquor cabinet. There's only a bottle of bourbon in there. So he grabs the bourbon. He goes over to the TV. They have a VHS. He watches Home Alone. And then he gets the ideas as he's drinking, tossing back the bourbon of what traps to lay. I think that'd be good.
Yeah.
Because he's a stupid bear. How the fuck is he going to know how to set the traps unless he has Macaulay Culkin talking to him and showing him?
Right.
And he could keep consulting the video. He like puts it up. And he goes and does it. And,
he pauses it and looks.
And then he comes back.
So I looked up the actual story behind the Cocaine Bear, 1985.
See?
Wow.
Right in
Well,
the prime time.
Right there.
Prime time Coke time. Oh my gosh.
Scarface.
Those must have been good days, man. Fucking cash and Coke and fucking. The problem with Cocaine Bear is, it makes his wife really horny, but it makes Cocaine Bear really impotent, It's just the way it is, That's the shitty thing about cocaine,
Poor Cocaine Bear.
Yeah.
It makes me sad. He's a dumb bear. He didn't know. He didn't know that was going to be the side effect.
No.
Right?
Actually, he thought it was pancake batter, and he loves pancake batter. He
went to
sugar,
He went to one 80s Hollywood party, and then he's fucked,
Yeah.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
That's how they get you.
Yep.
Well, I think it's about time for us to go to some super chats here, folks. And then we're gonna, I think, have our way with Pukehard because I am not amused. All righty. So let's get to some of these super chats here. And thank you all for your patience as we talk about Cocaine Bear 3 Home Alone edition. Michael Maloney with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Michael says, hail to all. A question. Do you think it worthwhile to restart Disney Plus and binge watch Mando or no? Well, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, we haven't seen it, but overall, I think that The Mandalorian has been the one, kind of consistently bright spot of Disney Star Wars. And I don't include Book of Boba Fett in that because that was a pile of shit. I mean, Book of Boba Fett was fucking horrible. Okay. But Mandalorian's good, and word that I'm hearing is that season 3 has some big grand surprises up its sleeve. So I'm looking forward to that. But I don't know, Michael. I tell you what, since you're talking about binge, restarting it and then binging it, so you can wait till the end and see, what we all think about it. We'll give you a little bit of guidance on that, and then you can kind of make a better informed decision. And Michael Maloney gifted an Overlord DVD membership to the channel, and I thank you very, very much. Michael Maloney, hail to you, my friend. And CC Karaoke, who's been a member for 22 months, all of Kurtzman Trek takes place in Moriarty's cube. Well, I wish they would turn off the program. That would be good. We just go ahead and vanish all Kurtzman Trek in a puff of, photons, and it's all gone. Shit, I'd be happy. Thank you very, very much. CC Karaoke, and hail to you, my friend. Demo Man Chaos with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, today we celebrate the birthday of George Washington, Steve Irwin, Drew Barrymore, and yours truly. Thanks for all you do, guys, and keep up the fight. Wow. Well, happy birthday to you, Demo Man Chaos. Everybody wish Demo Man Chaos a happy birthday in the chat. Put a D in the chat for Demo Man Chaos. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Demo Man Chaos. Happy birthday to you. And many more, my friend. Casey Osowski, what a gift. Hail to you, Casey. Gifted 5 Overlord DVD memberships to the channel. Hail, Casey Osowski. I really appreciate your generosity, and so do the folks that got some wonderful channel memberships from you, brother. And let's see, Michael Maloney with a $5 super chat again. Thank you, Michael. Says, thinking about it, does anyone think a spike in subs on the first and the A wave of cancellations might attract attention? Yeah, I think it might if it was coordinated, Michael. Like if a whole bunch of people signed up for one thing and then dumped it immediately afterwards, that would send a message. Problem is like doing it consistently enough and clearly enough. You know what I mean? And Marco Antonio Checa-Funke in the chat says, poor Moriarty. He doesn't deserve that end. Transfer him alone to another cube first. I agree. Let's see. Saul Shymek with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Saul. Says anime recommendation. Tench Muyo Ryo Oki. The original offbeat and very silly show featuring demons, aliens, and a cat rabbit that turns into a starship. Rather hard to describe, but fun to watch. Well, thank you, Saul Shymek. Hail to you, sir. And that's interesting thing. Tench Muyo Ryo Oki. Sounds a bit like all-purpose cultural cat girl Nuku Nuku to me, Saul. Which also, in case you guys didn't ever watch that was a lot of fun back in the day. James Tiberius Kirk with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, James Tiberius Kirk. Says, hailing frequencies are open, Captain. Hail all from down under. Thank you, James Tiberius Kirk. Hail to you, sir, and hail to Australia. And by the way, I'm really delighted that Novak Djokovic won the Australian Open. Made me absolutely thrilled. Douchebag Kylo with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Douchebag Kylo. Says, I'll super chat during Friday Night Frolics, boss. Changed my mind regarding the song. Okay, thank you, Douchebag Kylo. God bless you, brother. We love you, man, and I have noted the change. Thank you, sir. And Grimlock Destroys 85, who's been a channel member for 29 months now. Thank you, Grimlock Destroys 85, says Hail Doomcock, panel, Doom Chat, and Doom Wrenches. Hail to you, Grimlock Destroys 85. It is wonderful to see you. And X with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, X, says Hail DVD. I sent the PCC reminder you requested, as well as a set of lyrics to I Am the Very Model of a Social Justice Warrior. Did you receive them? I don't know if I did, X. Probably. Like I said, I've been not well all week. So I will go check, my friend. But not having a grand old time this week. I'll tell you that. But I will go look and I'll check it and see, my friend. Appreciate it. And Bryant Barth has been a channel member for 5 months at the Dumentite level. Thank you, Bryant Barth. Says, Hail, R.I.P. Richard Belzer, a great character actor and TV icon. Detective Munch from Homicide, Life on the Street, and Law and Order SVU. Richard Belzer, yeah, he was actually, I thought he was originally a comedian, and then he, I guess, got into these, kind of.
He was a part of Saturday Night Live and all that for years, and then he ended up in Law and Order. That was pretty much his main job.
Right.
Passed away.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, folks. Very, very sorry to hear that. Anyway, thank you for calling that to my attention, Bryant Barth. Like I said, I've been kind of checked out this week. It's been kind of a week for many, many different reasons, not the least of which is I feel like shit. Padre with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Padre. Says, so what the hell is Gary doing his Picard season 3 lighting reenactment? Exactly. That's exactly what he was doing. Thank you, Padre. Hail to you. And Admiral Tig, who has been a Dominion of mine for 13 months now. Thank you, Admiral, says, it's been a good year. Thank you, Doomcock. You are very welcome, Admiral Teague. He's been with the channel for over a year now, which is fantastic. Thank you, Admiral. And X with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, X says updated. Even better lyrics now. Good. Well, then it's good that I didn't get to it before now, but I will check it out. Thank you very, very much, X. And Don Lewis with a $4.99 super chat. Hail, Don Lewis says, my cat Dragon Lady says, get well quickly, Doomcock. This is an official command from the Galactic Siamese Empire. Dragon Lady, of course, being a Siamese cat. Thank you, Don Lewis. I appreciate it. Tell Dragon Lady that I shall obey her command to the best of my ability. I'm going to just rest tomorrow. I'm just taking tomorrow and I'm just going to rest. So there's that. SHS Rebels 08 with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, SHS Rebels 08 says, can the paneler chat please send a care package to Mexican Iron Man with lots of Fanta soda, Captain Marvel comics, and an actual size Alf doll? I second that. If anybody can put that together, I would be very, very grateful. I think it would be a very tasteful and, efficacious gift to show Mexican Iron Man how much we love him. Gosh, I said that with a straight face for a moment. Now I'm smiling. Although the Captain Marvel comics, have some mercy on him. If you're going to send him the actual size Alf doll, please make it, Marvel, right? The Kree warrior, the actual Captain Marvel. Or how about go back to, Captain Marvel, the big red cheese, from Wiz Comics back in the day. That'd be a lot better. Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael Beacom says, Overlord DVD. When I heard of the delays, my first reaction was, we have to let the theme parks have time to make us more money to afford them. Yeah, maybe so, Michael. God knows they're scraping the bottom of the barrel these days, honestly. I'm delighted about the delays. It just means that we don't have this shit intruding in our lives. for, another year or so, which, shit, I'd be happy if they were canceled or if they were delayed until, the year 3000. That would be perfect. Why don't we do that? Jack White with a $5 super chat and a $10 and two $10 super chats in a row. Thank you very, very, very much, Jack. I thank you 3 times. You're once, twice, 3 times a Jack White, and I salute you. And he says, with a $5 super chat, hail my lord, the problem with Marvel and a good chunk of Disney is that they don't have creatives working for them. They have activists. Yep. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. These are not people that are skilled creatively. They are not craftsmen in the sense of honing their writing craft. They're a bunch of privileged, insiders, activists that have the woke credentials and are more concerned about, the ratios of who the fuck is in the cast than they are about actually what happens in the fucking movie. So well said, Jack. And Jack also says with the 2 $10 super chats, the Mary Sue effect, and I would argue Marvel has not been giving us superhero stories. They have been giving us stories about race and gender discrimination just with a superhero skin suit. Well, you won't get an argument from me. You won't get it from me at all. I agree with that entirely. And Jack also says, weren't there rumors about the new Blade movie that said the new actor wasn't happy with the script because it was mostly woke nonsense with 2 or 3 action scenes max? Yeah, that's what I heard. Although I understand that it, that's probably why it's being revamped. I was understanding that they were revamping it. They changed director. The whole thing is just a shit show, man. It's just a shit show, Jack. But maybe we'll get something decent out of it. Maybe the quality controls will signal a change in direction for, the MCU. I don't know. One can hope. One can dream, right? Knock wood. Susan Dolan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Susan. Says, my overlord, when Riri's Ironheart comes out, you should all do a review of the Japanese porno movie Ironheart and compare comic book and movie armor. I think you're right. By George, I think you've done it. I think this is a grand idea. Hail to you, Jack White. No, excuse me. That was Susan Dolan. Thank you, Susan. I guess we have to track down the Japanese porno movie Ironheart, but I'm sure even sight unseen, I know it's going to be better. I mean, come on. It has to be, doesn't it? Pretty much has to be. Shum with a $20 super chat and a very important one. Thank you, Shum. Says, my lord, next week is Mexican Iron Man's birthday. The best way to celebrate would be to add an emoji celebrating his favorite sci-fi character in soda, Alf, and Fanta. Talk to Tom at Midnight's Edge. He has the emoji you want and need. Yes, actually, Tom sent that to me, Shum. So perhaps we can do that for Mexican Iron Man's birthday next week. I think that might actually make a lot of sense. Happy birthday, Mexican Iron Man. He couldn't make it tonight. He's out doing, I guess, tax stuff or something, traveling. So, but we miss you, Mike. We miss you. And Joe Salazar with a $20 super sticker of Bushiba waving a banner that says #1 on it. God bless you, Joe Salazar. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you being here. All right, folks. I think it's about time for us to get to Pukehard. Where'd Gary go?
I think he's restarting his computer.
Oh, okay. Was that
Or
blue
he's
light
eating.
like
I don't
killing
know.
it or something?
Yeah.
I don't know.
They kept the video kept pixelating a lot, so I guess he was trying to see if he could fix that.
Like maybe the computer was wanting to kill itself because it actually was convinced it was in Pukehard season 3.
It could be. I
Yes.
don't
Is
know.
that possible?
It's
So
possible.
before we start this, I just want to address something. And I'm just going to be blunt because I don't feel good and I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit. People say, oh, this person liked it. This person liked Picard. That person liked Picard. Oh, you're in the minority, blah, blah, blah. Why do I give a shit? Why the fuck do I give a shit? I wouldn't give a shit if every single fucking person in the world loved Picard season 3, which they don't. There's a ton of people that hate this fucking show, that see the Emperor has no clothes and agree with me. Why do they think that this is some kind of popularity thing, or that I'm going to be swayed to change my mind? Like I'm going to bow down to some kind of half-ass bullshit, like peer pressure or something? Or, oh, suddenly I think that I'm wrong because people disagree with me. I don't give a fuck who agrees with me or who disagrees with me. I'm a big boy and I stand on my own 2 feet. Whereas a lot of these people actually do kind of like try to bunch up and group together. Maybe they don't have enough faith in their own opinions. Maybe they need the support of friends. I'm a super villain, okay? I don't need the support of friends. I don't need fucking anybody. I stand on my own 2 goddamn feet and I think for myself and I say what I fucking mean and I don't give a shit who the fuck agrees with me or who doesn't agree with me. It doesn't mean a squirt of piss. I care more about a pimple on my ass than I care about who agrees with me or who disagrees with me. So, like, I just don't fucking care. And they throw out these stupid arguments. I'm so tired. See, that's the thing about Twitter is if you have to say the same fucking thing over and over and over again to the unoriginal turds that like keep saying shit that you addressed like weeks ago, it's just boring. And then they act like they think they won or something. Look, I don't give a shit. Why should I give a shit? You shouldn't give a shit either. I have laid out specifically what I dislike about that fucking show. It's Kurtzman Trek. I don't care who like disagrees. To me, it's Kurtzman Trek. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same goddamn bullshit. It's a Trojan horse. It's just trying to get Kurtzman's job back. And I don't give 10 pieces of shit from an old turd litter box who like agrees or doesn't. Let me just tell you something, okay? If it's like a popularity vote contest, okay? If it's a popularity vote contest, well, I got some bad news for y'all. Angry Joe agreed with everything I said, and he's got 3.3 million subscribers. And it was like watching his video review was like he'd watched mine, or I mean, like we were of one mind. So if you do the math, Angry Joe has more subs than me and everyone else in the conversation. So I guess Angry Joe wins. I guess my side wins if we're doing this stupid mathematical bullshit, which doesn't mean a thing. Look, I lay out what I think. You can agree with it or you can disagree with it. Ta-da! There you go. Now I've just schooled you on the proper use of YouTube. But it's not a popularity contest. We don't get to vote on it. This is my view, and I'm sticking with it. And I don't give a shit what anybody else says. I just really don't. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you. And I'm going to shit on it some more. And I'm going to laugh and have fun. So let's see what we got. We got Gary Ambrosia is back. Hail, Gary Ambrosia.
Hey, sorry about that. Had to restart my modem and deal with these internet problems.
Oh,
and look at that. Who's this? Who's this asshole we have on the show here?
We have got Andy Masterson.
Oh man,
little old me, underdog.
God damn it!
And we have got 2 guests on here tonight. We have got Clobbering Times. Hail to you, Clobby. It's good to see you, my friend.
Hey, buddy. Good to see you, bud. It's been a while. Hey, Rancor, Doug, Andy, Gary, my friends.
What's up, Clobby?
How are you,
Hey.
Clobby?
Good,
Good to see you guys, buddy.
And we also have Raquel M. Briggs, author, and someone who also knows Star Trek. It's great to see you, Raquel. How you doing?
Hey,
Well,
number
thank
one.
you so much for having me. Hail to the chat, hail to the panel, and Doomy, DC, I'm sending you a warm hug. I'm so sorry you're under the weather.
That's okay. That's all right. It's probably just because of Pukehard, stinking up
That'll do
the
it.
place. I mean, look,
no.
I just had to say that because people like act like, gotcha or anything. It's like, I don't give a shit. Nobody with any balls, Nobody that has it, anybody that actually like thinks like that doesn't like deserve a YouTube channel. It's like, I don't give a fuck what any other reviewer says.
What do you mean, gotcha?
Yeah, like they're saying, oh well, Picard is good and you're wrong because look who likes it. And it's like,
Yeah, they can get fucked.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't. I just sit there. Why would I care about that? That's why I'm a super villain. I stand on my own and I do whatever the fuck I want to do, and I say what I want to say, and that's that. And also there's been like a whole bunch of like little like tiny dicked pussies on Twitter. I swear to God. That are like saying, I don't like how Doomcock's like telling us what to do, which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. I mean, anybody that says that is just fucking stupid, because look, the only way that you can tell anyone to do something is if you have power over them, right? Like if I tell Gary, take off all your clothes now, he's not going to do it because don't do it.
Gary
was kidding.
He's doing it.
What?
He was kidding, Gary.
You're interrupting me. Cut it
PG.
out.
It's a PG show.
I can tell like, you to do anything, but it doesn't mean that you're going to do it because I don't have any power to make anyone do anything. So when you're on Twitter, you have a small number of characters, and you can't waste your fucking characters saying, in my humble opinion, or I feel that it would be best not to watch Picard season 3. You just say, don't watch Picard season 3. It's shit. Now, is that ordering somebody around? Only a moron would say that. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm just sick and tired of all this shit. It's just a bunch of dumb shits out there, and I don't give a fuck. So there you go.
There you go.
So anyway, what do I think about Pukehard season 3? I think it's the same shit. I mean, they're even rehashing, just like I said in my review, their own crap. My God, you have the giant ship jump in, just like the Narada. You've got the dark sets. You've got the insults to original Trek. In this case, it's insults to the Next Generation. It's just bizarre. I mean, I think it's a complete pile of shit. I don't like it. The so-called chemistry between Riker and Picard, like what fucking chemistry? Yeah. If you ever watched The Next Generation, Picard was distant from everyone. I'm sorry, I hate to tell you, all you so-called experts on Star Trek, but there was no chemistry between Riker and Picard. It was cordial. They were warm at times, but they weren't it wasn't Butch Cassidy and secret hideout kid. You know what I mean? Right. They weren't like, camping out and farting out, God bless America by the campfire. You know what I mean? No, none of that shit. It wasn't like, besties like skipping down the corridor hand in hand. I mean, fuck me. So whatever. I've had my say. I'm sick of the whole goddamn thing. We're not going to be bothering to review this shit. I mean, we might talk about it on the show, but that's all, because it's crap. And all it's doing is empowering Secret Hideout if it actually manages to fool enough people with all this hype and push. I don't think it's working, but all it's going to do is get Kurtzman back and give him more license to kill Star Trek. And that's my opinion. I don't give a shit. Who agrees or doesn't agree. I mean, this is my channel. This is my opinion, and that's what I'm saying. So I specifically asked Clobberin Times here because he had also done a review on it. What did you think, Clobberin Times?
Well, actually didn't do any kind of video or thing, and I don't need one because I watched your brilliant review. And if anyone ever says, so what do you think about Pukehard season 3 episode 1, I'll say there's a video by a buddy of mine named Doomcock. Watch that. Every word is gold on that one, and it is. I believe everything you said. My mind is completely astonished that there's anyone that thinks the first episode is any progress at all, is any different from anything we've seen on the show. I mean, it is very set up, so obviously there's more trash to come next week, but what what did you see? Because a lot of very nice people that I know have ranging from I thought it was interesting and I'm optimistic to I loved it. You're getting it all over. And look, like whatever you want to like, I guess. I saw nothing. I saw nothing in that crap of a 40 whatever minutes it was that tells me that it's going to be any different. Not tonally, not anything. And you remember there used to be, there were 4 lights, there are no lights now.
Right.
In this century, no light bulbs at all.
No.
That'd be a great idea for their story. Picard's trying to find whoever came into our universe and stole all the light bulbs. Because these people don't have any idea of how to do any other kind of story. It's pew pew trash. Everything about this thing is the same moronic garbage that we had in the first 2 seasons, except Robot Picard is I guess he's a little more spry now.
Wow, if you
Yeah,
call
he's a
that
dead
spry,
robot.
boy.
He's
compared
still
to
a
the
dead
first 2
robot.
seasons,
Oh,
yes.
man.
I mean, he's just everything about this thing is just as bad as the other stuff. Although it's going to get even worse. But DC, I have this thing. I'm sorry, dude. I'm truly convinced now that I'm a TOS guy. I'm an original series guy. I like TNG fine. There's some great ones. There's some not so great ones. I don't have a lot of heart invested in this crew like many people do. Many people love The Next Generation, as you well know, which is fine. It's not really my bag, but I understand it. I understand why a lot of people love it. And I think if the RLM review says it all, a lot of other people have said it all. If you throw them the member berries, if you throw them the reunion of these characters, no matter how old they are, if you throw them basically the 4 theatrical release films on steroids 20 years later with the same pew-pew mindless nonsense that those films had. Remember back when fans of the show complained about those movies for not being like the show? That's over. Now, if you throw them this bone 20 years later, a show that is pretty much that, except it's a 10-hour version of Nemesis and those other films, they're going to eat it up.
Right.
They love these characters, which is fine. I understand you love these characters. That's what they're getting, and that's what they're going to accept. I used to have a saying I created in 2009 when all this garbage started. Any old dreck called Trek. And there are people who will be spoon-fed any old dreck called Trek, and they will accept it. They will say, that's all I need. That's all I want. I've heard people say that. They're getting these characters back. And that's that. That's all they want to see. They're going to be terribly indiscriminate about what they accept. It won't matter. They're just here to see these people come around and screw around for 10 episodes, doing things and running around shooting stuff and yelling and making dumb jokes in darkly lit corridors and rehashing old stories and slinging memory berries at us from all angles. I think someone made a video and said there's something like 91 Easter eggs in that first episode. The Easter Bunny made the show, apparently. You got me, man. So if that turns you on,
we can't even tell if he painted the eggs because it's so dark.
It's so dark. But if that floats your boat or warps your starship, then there you go. You got what you wanted. And it's not Star Trek. I do believe there are very few people, like Raquel and you, DC, and many others, a few other fans that I know personally, to where that if you don't stay true to the spirit of Gene Roddenberry in your Star Trek, then you're not being Star Trek. I think we're few and far between. But I'm going to tell you something, buddy. I don't think there are enough of us. That even some good people who don't like STD, for example, and didn't like the first 2 seasons of Picard, they crumbled like crackers with that garbage strangled in worms, and they're going to crumble on this one. And you just win. Way it's going to be.
Yeah. It's just hard to give a shit anymore. I'm going to go around and give everyone a chance to weigh in on this, but let's go to our lady on the panel, our special guest, R.M. Briggs, who is she's dressed up like Ilea, the aforementioned Ilea that we were talking about.
Drooling about
earlier. So I understand you haven't watched it, Raquel, and I don't blame you. I think that's actually the smartest thing you can possibly do. But, I had said that, if you watch this, then you are giving aid and comfort to the enemy because if this thing actually succeeded, then it will revive Kurtzman's and Secret Hideout's grip on the franchise, and then we're just fucked for the next, 10 years going.
I agree.
But I knew that a lot of people would not listen to that message and wanted me to actually look at the thing and review it, and I did. And that's my take on it, and and I have nothing else to really add. But what do you think of all this, Raquel?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for having me on because I'm not watching it just on the principle of the matter, which is I'm a huge Gene Roddenberry fan. Um, Gene Roddenberry had an obvious idea behind this franchise, and we have all of these incidents unfolding where we know what's going on. So we've got Jonathan Frakes on record saying that if Gene Roddenberry were alive, none of these shows would have happened. They're too violent. They go against the ethos that Gene Roddenberry had created, and this this hopeful thing for viewers to aspire to, something very cerebral. I mean, we're talking about a show that was canceled because it was too cerebral.
Right.
And then so we've got Jonathan Fakey Pants giving these interviews where he's saying this, and then we have the famous DC Fontana Gene Roddenberry letter, which I have on my desk, signed by Gene Roddenberry and DC Fontana, talking about the fact that the little kid show should have never have happened. I mean, DC Fontana and Gene Roddenberry wrote the network and said, Star Trek is not for kids. So we know that the kids stuff shouldn't have happened. I have the letter in writing. I have the receipts. And then we have Poopy Stew. Now, we've got Poopy Stew bitching, whining, and moaning for over 10 years about how he kept on auditioning for Gene Roddenberry, and Gene Roddenberry kept on, swatting him down. He didn't want him on his show. Obviously, he wasn't a French guy, and he wasn't younger than Bill. So it went against the reason why we didn't do phase 2. And then we've got him giving all of these awkward interviews talking about how Gene never accepted him. And then we've got him complaining about the uniform. He didn't want to wear the uniform, so much so that he goes to his chiropractor, and his chiropractor writes him a note, and he takes it to onset and says, I can't wear the uniform anymore. And then he gives all these interviews saying that he wanted some effing and fighting. And he wanted Star Trek to have more effing and more fighting. And then he goes to Vulture magazine and he says, look, I'm not doing this new thing unless it's more like Marvel. I want it to be like Logan. And that's the only reason why I'm going to sign up for it. So why should I watch? I'm not going to watch a bunch of people who have openly admitted in public that they don't like the show and that they want to write it, produce it, and direct it in a completely different direction because they didn't like the show. We even have Jerry Ryan giving an interview to the Hollywood Reporter saying that when she first picked up the script, she could not find 7 of 9 in the script. She wandered around looking for 7 of 9 in the script. It's because 7 of 9 was never in the script. And as far as all this crap that is going on social media, I will say this. As a social scientist, there are 2 things happening here. One is taste making. So you have these mainstream people who were never really interested in Star Trek. They were never really hardcore Trekkies, and they're super popular now, and they're taste making. They want to make Star Trek for normies, and they're also becoming access media. If you have watched more than one episode of Pukehard 3 Strikes Again with then you're access media, okay? So if you want to align yourself with access media, you're allowing somebody to taste make for you. That means that you go to access somebody who is access media, who is directly connected to this, who has an interest in keeping their special relationship with this corporation, and you're relying on that person for your opinion, not your own taste. Ooh, baby, that's really rather sad. And then we have this war of attrition. And we see this war of attrition. That right now we have all of these fans, and now they're saying, oh, Pukehard 3, we're home free. Nothing's changed. The only thing that happened is we brought back the original cast, which Poopy Stew never wanted to do because he likes attention. And so now we get to look at them again. And the fans are going to quote unquote get their closure, their garbage closure. But make no mistake, nothing has changed. This is a war of attrition, and the corporation is winning against an author, against a creator, against a person who actually owned this property. And then you have a whole gaggle of goofs that are trying to turn the property into their own little baby. Because you want to know what? You would never watch a show written, directed, and starring an 85-year-old man. No one would do that. How many people are going to go watch Marina on a television show? This is Stino, Star Trek in name only. It's the filth. Anyone who's trying to excuse it is a taste-making access media shill, a goofball, a nincompoop, and the others are just giving into a war of attrition. How many times are you just going to be poked and poked and poked until you don't feel the poke anymore? Well, I don't want to be poked at all. These people can keep their poker to themselves, if you get what I'm saying, DC.
I absolutely do, Raquel. I absolutely do. And I'm delighted. That was an excellent statement. You talked about it the way you talked about it. I will just remind people of what I said. And I would like your feedback on this, Raquel and Klobby, on Twitter. I was saying, and this is, I think, the best that I have been able to put it, the most succinctly. I said, I said supporting Picard season 3 is like watching a loving video tribute to your dead grandmother made by the people that killed your grandmother. That's how I feel about it. That basically, like, it's rewarding. It's like, oh, and now we've got this like wonderful like season 3. This farewell to the franchise. Yeah, the franchise that you dumb fucks killed. Yeah. I mean, that's how I feel about it. And I nobody's been able to change my mind. And
well, that's because you're not easily led, and you're not access media. You're not trying to taste make for people. You're not trying to tell people, hey, you want to be included in our group. You want to be a part of the popular group. Then watch this or do this. You don't do that. And I mean, let's face it. Let's get real here. Let's get down to the brass tacks of the matter. When have what nerds and geeks like? When has it ever been popular? We were never popular.
Right.
And this whole idea that all of a sudden everybody is a geek and a nerd and everybody loves Star Trek and Star Trek is for everyone. Well, then it's not Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek, because Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek had pushback. It was cerebral. It tested you. It didn't, ham hand you stuff. It didn't, try and make political statements in a way that was embarrassing and goofy. It wasn't, hyper didactic and hegemonic. It wasn't corporate. It was storytelling to change the world. It was a Socratic dialectic. It was presenting information, presenting ideas, and then letting the viewer decide. And so that's what you love about Star Trek. It's what Klobby loves about Star Trek. It's what I love about Star Trek. And I don't need to go on to Twitter to hear what the popular kids like. I really don't give a shit what they like.
Exactly. The classic saying, popularity, why, it is the very crumbs of greatness.
That is right.
And I believe that is absolutely true.
Yep.
Well, let's go around and let some folks chime in. I guess we'll go to Douglas first, and then we'll go to Gary. Douglas, what do you think about this?
I don't have the stomach anymore for YouTuber dramas. I don't care about that anymore.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know why they're trying to like that means anything to me.
It's very, very simple. If you want to watch Picard, no one can stop you.
Right.
You can watch it. If you like it, okay, you liked it, and well, what have you. But there's plenty of you. And I mean, now some of them have said this. I understand why people are not intrigued with this, because we've had how many years now of god awful Trek, and so it says, well, now we're going to get it right. It's like, well, it's too late. and all of that, demanding that someone watch it and give it a chance and all that. Well, you really just you just can't. I mean, you could say, look, I watched it, I liked it, it's better. And of course, the argument that it's better than the others is almost like I'd say, well, watching paint dry is better too. So it's not much of a challenge to me. And so that's the deal. It's too far afield of losing it over something of that. As far as the show goes itself, there was all this praise coming from people who hated all the other shows. So that was the thing, it's like, well, what is it with this season? And so I saw the first episode. I saw no evidence there. Now it's one show, to be fair. Yeah. But I saw no evidence of any great page turned or anything like that. In fact, there were scenes that were reminiscent to the previous things. Probably the lowest point is 7 of 9 having a meltdown over Starfleet again.
Yeah,
it's like why is she a first officer anyway? But yeah,
because she's going to get her own show, because they're going to give her a show next. That's why it'll be her and Raffi. It will be the be the Raffi and 7 show.
There you go. That's something. But
my secret hideout, and that's the point.
The Raffi of Khan.
Oh, how dare you!
Waka waka waka.
Oh, you got that one.
So it's like, well, why'd you go back to Starfleet then? I mean, it's just you don't notice things like that, and it's just there for the obligatory, rinse, lather, repeat of scene is all it is. And because he didn't really need any motivation for her to help Picard. She had already had this friendship with him and everything and all that. And then we got to have them steal a shuttle. And it's like, why? I mean, he's an admiral. They couldn't get a ship any other way. And just stupid crap like that to move it along and to make a nod to Search for Spock, I guess, and all that sort of stuff. And that's the thing. It had a lot of bells and whistles in it as callbacks to other Trek. And so, that's just nothing of any significance happened there. And then there were stupid mistakes. So they had Beverly with her shotgun phaser fighting these bird monsters or whatever they were. And the scene where she has to get from one part of the hall to the other. And I mean, the guy starts firing. I mean, she's dead. He shot several times and missed. I guess he couldn't see through his bird mask. And it was just, that's bad. And I mean, while you're nitpicking, but I mean, after 2 failed seasons, I'm going to be extra scrutinized for the one that's supposed to bring it all back and everything. So when you have something that sloppy,
is it nitpicking, Doug? Because okay, so you're an actual Trekkie. I want to ask you something right now. Have you ever thought of Picard, little poopy stew, as an action captain? He's not an action captain. This is a guy who has to call a board meeting and ask everyone if he can go to the bathroom. He's not an action captain.
I used to call him Captain.
Trying to put all this crap around him to try and make him more like Kirk. Kirk is your action captain. He's knocking boots and banging heads. He's an action captain.
Right? Yeah. I mean, Picard.
What's still going to be calling me?
That was funny. On purpose at the time because they said we don't want him to be another Kirk. So that was the deal. And then Riker was, if there was going to be any action at all, it would be left to Riker, which made more sense because the captain's in charge, sends his guy
but Riker is the Decker unit from Phase 2. We know this. Yeah. But that's an old story. What moron in their right mind would try and make a man who is, over 80 years old into an action hero of a space opera? It's just absurd. They're
Terry Metalis. That's what moron, Raquel.
And that we're trying to, we're trying to play all these games. Look, I'm not a part of the YouTube universe. I have nothing to do with all of these groups. I'm just your lowly little academic nerd. I'm a nobody. But I don't like getting onto Twitter and seeing somebody saying that, and it's populating in my feed, and I don't even know this person from Adam, saying that if I don't like Pukehard, that I'm in a cult. What? What? Because I don't want to watch an 85-year-old guy who isn't even a human in the show playing action hero.
Yeah.
Well, I know. I mean, it's like, CBS and their agents have kind of cleverly figured out a way to, manipulate this shit or something. I don't know.
Well, they
And also
reimagined
somebody in the chat was saying, are you saying that people that like the show are shills or whatever? And no, I'm not obviously saying that. I'm saying just because other people like the show doesn't invalidate my opinion that I despised it.
Right.
And I mean, that's what I'm saying. So I don't know what they're saying. I don't really care what they're saying. I'm not saying that my opinion invalidates theirs, but theirs certainly doesn't invalidate mine. It doesn't matter how many of them are stacked up. The majority of people can sometimes be wrong as well. Mm-hmm. And I'm not even saying they're the majority. I just think that we just don't know. And I don't care. I'm just sick of the whole fucking thing. That is not Star Trek. It's not Roddenberry, and it's not quality. I mean, my God, you're talking about Pukehard as an action hero. The most violent one on the show was the fucking doctor. Beverly Crusher is disintegrating motherfuckers right and left in the opening with her pump action fucking phaser rifle. It's that's not the dumbest fucking thing that you've seen? Then I don't know what to tell you. Well, I guess you see a different Star Trek than I do, and that's basically what I'm.
Are photons gravity weapons?
Now they are. I guess it was so stupid, that rifle.
Well,
we should have had them loading muskets. We'll just put the gunpowder in.
Photon
they just thought it would be cool to watch her cock the shotgun.
Phase muskets.
I know. That's
anyway.
That's
I just wanted to apologize to Doug. I didn't mean to derail you, Doug. But just the thing is that I find that because I'm not a part of this community, and because I'm a social scientist, I find it weird that everyone gets involved with this, and everybody looks at everyone's opinions, and then they fall down these rabbit holes of thought. People saying, "Oh, well," and then people focus just on that, and they lose all rational pragmatism, where they can step back and look at things objectively. It's just bizarre to me. Pukehard, Poopy Stew, isn't even a person. This is someone who accused Gene Roddenberry of abusing animals because of Livingston. He actually petitioned the production team to take Livingston away. I mean, this person doesn't like Star Trek. He's been open and honest about it. He wants to write, produce, direct, and star in it. What does that sound like to you, folks? Do you need to nitpick? Or does it sound like somebody may need a blow dart level amount of meds? I'm calling for blow dart level meds. Whatever anybody else wants to do, that's fine.
Blow dart.
Excuse me, Patrick Stewart. Can you stand over there, please? Right there.
Exactly. I love you, Gary.
So Gary, what did you think of this thing?
Hold on a second. I lost my window because I'm shit-faced. Okay, so I have some notes.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Give us those damn notes, man.
Okay, Star Trek Picard, season 3, episode 1. Apparently, it's called The Next Generation. How original. Let's see. Wrath of Khan font.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just another member. Yeah,
and real Star Trek music, which is supposed to fool people. Go ahead.
That's one of my notes. It seems like there could be some good stuff going on. It's too bad I can't see it. Why did the phasers sound like gas propellant firearms? No, that was a legitimate question. I mean, they sound like it's like fucking Dirty Harry's 44 Magnum sound effect when they're shooting. I'm like, what the fuck is this? These little shell casings flying out of the fucking. Anyway,
those are batteries.
Right. The story seems interesting. However, there's a lot of exposition in the writing, a whole lot. It's just them sitting and explaining to each other what they're. I don't know. They're telling rather than showing. Very boring. Nice to hear some familiar music. Digging the grave of James Horner, I see. We can't just honor him by adapting his score. We have to copy it, but make it different enough so as we don't have to pay too much for it. Other than that, it's the same old Hans Zimmer-esque one-note wonder. Remember when those ships show up and it's like, blah, you know what I mean? I'm like,
Yeah.
same old bullshit, you know. I swear to God, John Williams slayed everybody in 2 notes. Dun-dun. Hans Zimmer is like, well, I got to do it in 1. It's same shit, and they're still fucking repeating it.
They dressed up a lot of Jerry Goldsmith, by the way.
Yeah, well, they did. Hey, at least, you know what, Clobby? At least they're honoring a little bit. You know what I mean? I got to give them a little something here. This is a big one, guys. Yeah. I'm sorry. Did Terry Metalis really name a planet after himself?
He did.
Metalis Prime?
He did.
Wow. Oh, God. That was fucking hysterical. Here we go. Haha. Riker and Picard are off to hunt replicants. What's the matter? We couldn't get a deep fake of Harrison Ford? Where's the Vangelis music? It looks like fucking Blade Runner to me. It really does. It looks like Blade Runner. The show is muddier than the 1979 Dracula. Have you guys seen that? John Borman's Dracula? It's almost black and white. It was shot in color, vivid color, and they just muted it down. It was really distracting. World-ending shit. Is that really a line of dialogue in this show?
Yeah.
I didn't know whether I heard that properly or not.
Yeah.
Steve's going to get onto this in a little bit, but I have to say something about it. There's a lot of taffy pulling in the show, but it's disguised by quick edits. I don't know if you caught that. There's a lot of quick, flashy edits, but there's nothing going on in the edits. So it's like 3 shots of them approaching the chair, and then 1 shot of them putting their hand on the chair, and then a shot of them looking at each other. You know, that kind of bullshit. This is a big one. This is the note that stood out the most to me. Riker unceremoniously announcing that LaForge's daughter was a cadet twice, and her nickname is Crash because she crashed a shuttle. A high-ranking admiral insulting and embarrassing a lower-ranking officer in front of her peers. So there's this great scene where Riker's like, you know, hey, I know you. You're LaForge. Crash LaForge. They call you Crash because you crashed a space shuttle. And he literally says it that loud. So everybody on the fucking bridge is like, really? That's why they call her Crash, huh? I didn't know that. What a fucking idiot. And just totally embarrasses her in front of all her peers. Like, that couldn't have been a scene between Picard and Riker going up to her, shaking her hand, and kind of whispering it to each other. Whereas to kind of, the nature of those characters would be, hey, let's support this person. This is a relative of a crewman of ours. And let's be nice and courteous. No, that's fucking Terry Metalis right there. He does it in his art. He does it in real life. He literally is like the high-ranking admiral insulting the lower-end officers on Twitter or whatever. That is classic art imitating life. That's really all I had. That's all I could tolerate. This thing is no different. It's no fucking different than any of the other Star Trek garbage that we've got. It's no different.
Did you see that tweet that he sent out where he was like, to all of the people who wrote and directed and produced and starred in this show, this one is for you.
I did see that.
I retweeted him and I just said, I never had any doubt who this was for.
Oh, right. And what's funny, Raquel, is the image of the bridge looks like this. We know.
Rancor Steve, what do you say?
So I have some notes, and before I get into the notes, I want to say I have no connection to Star Trek. I didn't grow up on Star Trek or anything, but as someone who's done filmmaking for almost 20 plus years, I looked at this as a technical standpoint. And there are some few things that I saw, and I can kind of give light on some of them. So I'll kind of dumb it down enough to where people can kind of understand. Not saying everyone's dumb, but just it's some of my notes I sent to Gary, and he's like, I don't even understand any of this stuff. So the editing, I give props to the editor. He saved the episode by a long shot. At the 9-minute mark, he is how you do a quick edit, where he's searching for his little medallion badge or whatever you want to call it. When you do that edit, you do a long shot, a medium shot, and then about like 3 or 4 quick shots, and then you do a medium and a long. that's supposed to tell a story in itself, and they did a really good job. I thought the editing was actually good. There were some shots that I could tell that when they were filming it, they had a lot of issues, and the editor had no communication with anyone, and so he kind of had, whoever did it had to kind of put it together. To me, the editor is always the director. It's never the director of whoever's doing the project. It's the editor. I've done a lot of projects where I've just been handed the script, or even not even the script, and I had to edit the whole entire project by just the footage. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm looking at, but I'm going to do it the best I can. I think the editing was the better part of it. Now the lighting, I can explain all that pretty well. The editing was really dark, but I understand what they were doing. There's two ways to light an interior night shot. You can use a lot of lights, some that are brighter and some that are not. If you do like some lights that are, if you have two people talking right here, and like in this episode, and I don't know if it was his friend or psychology or whoever it was, but the chick that he was talking to, you want to do lights that are a little bit dimmed down a little bit. You don't want it bright because then it's going to blow out the shot. But you want the lights behind the camera to be a lot brighter. And in this case, they did less lights because they had a bunch of lights up on the what looked like a fireplace, and they want to make that more prominent. Or I don't even know what the word I'm saying. Whatever. Anyways, you can use a lot of lights than others to get a shadows on the faces that you're lighting up, which they were trying to do. I think they were trying to do a 1700s or 1800s look of it. In some movies, you'll get a lot of shots with candles where you only use one significant light to bounce off to make the candle prominent. I think that's what they were trying to do with the lights that were on the fireplace, more dominant. So they wanted to make it feel old. I think what they were trying to do was a character with the lights, which what you're supposed to do as a cinematographer is to make the lights a character in each shot. And with this one, they wanted to make Pukehard feel old. Like he's old and he's on his last leg kind of deal.
Well, thank God, because otherwise we would have confused him as a spring chicken.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're giving us a tutorial on how to do bad lighting on a show.
Exactly. So what they wanted to do was, so there's a lot of movies that try to do this, and to me, they did a pretty good job of lighting it in the sense of we want to, because a lot of people if you watch like Netflix or any movies that any kind of new modern movies or shows, they'll try to blow out everything and then just deal with it in post. With them, they wanted to do less lights and make it feel like the candles and the lights in the background is what's giving the light effect. And so then that gives you the shadow on, because whenever you're filming, you want to have shadows on one side. You never want to be blown out on both sides. You want to be shadows, like you want to kind of do right between the middle of the face. So you have shadows on this side or this side, whichever one, and you want to light the other side. That's what I feel like they were trying to do. And I think Metalis, from what I thought, Metalis was directing the whole entire series. He's not. He's just letting everyone do their own thing. So I think cinematographers are like, fuck it, we're just going to do what we want to do. And then comes
don't want to get too much into the technical stuff. We're trying to be on content. Do you have anything about the actual show?
I thought it was, coming from someone who isn't big on Star Trek, I thought it was a good show with continuity, with the editing and everything. The acting could be worked on, but I thought it was better than the last few new Star Trek stuff. But I can't really say because it's just the first episode. If it gets to the third one, it's kind of just a downer, then okay. Then,
Steve, you've always been incredibly kind to me and such a sweet person. So I hope you'll forgive me when I say I stopped listening to you after you said that you didn't watch Star Trek.
That's
well,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
He's being honest, though.
That's okay.
Honest. He's being honest. It's a fair thing. Andy, do you watch Star Trek?
Oh yeah, yes. And
Well, what'd you think, man?
well, I might be in the minority here, but I really liked it. I thought it was a little bit slow in the beginning, but once Picard took the little blue transistor, and then the scene with 7 and 9 and the Romulan spies girls, I think this may be Axel Braun's best work. I think.
Oh my!
He took the blue transistor.
Wait, I think I may have watched the wrong one.
Okay, well, there you go.
But
Sounds
anyway,
better than the one I saw.
well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Everybody's giving props to this guy about, like, I mean, damn, I meant to do the Metellus Prime butt plug joke. But anyway, this guy, like, we had how many movies and how many seasons of The Next Generation? There's a lot, okay? And there's a lot of very, it's going to be hard to find something where you haven't seen something before. It's not hard to take characters that are well established and put them on a screen and have them feel familiar. I mean, if you're going to take a new character and really build up that character and making something special, something that's going to really catch your attention, that is that skill. This is really the problem that we're seeing over and over and over again. Because it's like we've said, if anyone wanted to succeed, all they would have to do is listen to your videos, and you would have the format. You have the formula there, because these people are they've got the existing characters. All you had to do is keep them true to the characterization and put some kind of compelling plot there, instead of having some kind of thing about, ooh, look, the Federation's so awful. Okay, yeah, great. There's not a million other science fiction franchises that have had that. And this is the problem, and where I think you're spot on with this, is that these guys come along, and if this thing succeeds in whatever fashion, this is all they do, is they look for something that is getting eyes on it, and they come along and they corrupt it. Like, oh, people are looking at this, let's pervert this to put out the message. And that's the biggest problem with this, is I don't care what they do with this thing. It's like, if somebody comes along and says to me, look, here's Dr. Rachel Levine, and here's Miss Blair White. Isn't Miss Blair White much prettier than Rachel Levine? Yes. But still doesn't have the equipment that I'm interested in. So I really don't want to watch it at all. This is all Kurtzman stuff. All the throwbacks. You didn't change anything. He's still a freaking robot.
Well, it's also the fact that they have fundamentally altered the storytelling apparatus for Star Trek. Now, and there's a reason why. When you have episodic fiction, you have the focus on the ideas, and so that's the public whoever is imbibing it, whether they be reading it or watching it in a celluloid stance, TV or film. They're attracted to the ideas, and there's all this catharsis, because science fiction helps you to confront your feelings about technology, technological advances, the possibility we might not be alone in the universe. And so episodic fiction has a focus on ideas. And so when you see a science fiction author making something, you're seeing somebody who is a born researcher who wants to explore the science, the medicine, the technological advances, the fact that there might be life on other planets, and that's the focus. But in corporate Star Trek, you're seeing something very different, and that is these long story arcs that are serializations, and they only tell one story. So due to the lack of ideas and these drama writers who aren't interested in all this research and all of these episodic ideas in sci-fi, what you have is a focus, a protracted engagement with feelings. So this is why people wind up in dark hallways talking about about how they want to show each other their naughty bits, or they want to bump uglies, or, you know, mommy didn't pet my head enough. That's why this is happening. We have a fundamental shift in the way the stories are told. You know, I write science fiction. I'm an Amazon bestseller in science fiction. I write classic episodic science fiction, and it's not easy to come up with a new idea every week. The idea is the focus. These corporate people, they sit in a room, they have a psychologist there, they have a whole bunch of writers there who all want to be famous for being on the CW or writing a big drama. And so when you're watching it, that's what you're watching. You're not even watching science fiction. They've shifted the genre, and they're saying that we're nitpicking it. How do you shift the genre entirely and tell the audience that they're nitpicking? It's absurd. These are stupid conversations that they're making us have so that we are distracted from calling them on their bullshit.
Raquel, I have a serious question for you. Now, I have a theory on this, and I think they have how dumbed down do you think the audience has gotten? I don't know that today's audiences are capable of doing real Star Trek, of actually piecing together and comprehending some of the complex storylines that were presented in the original series.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you look at what happens on today's screen, like a few months back, we had reviewed Casablanca.
Mm-hmm.
And there is so much that happens off screen, but it is heavily dependent upon the ability of the viewer to make connections. In today's modern cinema, if you will, unless something explicitly happens on camera, a lot of this audience has no idea that it was insinuated. They have no ability to infer a concept from the context of these things, because they've been spoon-fed all of this really idiotic formula that, it gets down to a base level. And this is what I find insulting about things like this. It's like that when you have something like Star Trek, which is very intellectually based, something like Star Wars, which is supposed to be very spiritually based, and you put things on there, and it's like your idea of it is pew pew, and like, let's put some action in here, and let's make this, like, you know, put some lens flare, and it really polishes it up. I don't know that today's audience is capable, because they haven't been challenged to read subtext and read between the lines of things.
Do
I
you
was just
know
wondering what
that
your
Gene
opinion was.
Roddenberry had this exact argument with the original corporation in 1964 when he was pitching The Cage? He had this exact conversation, and he said, you know, don't discount the audience. The audience is smart enough. The audience is hungry for this. Just give me a chance and I will show you. And it's obvious that he was correct. However, you know something, Andy? I think we're battling something entirely different. We're battling something that is very scary. You know, science fiction is dying. And they're hiding the numbers in sci-fi fantasy. It's like they're doing like a slash now. But science fiction is dying if you look at the numbers, and there's a reason for it, and that is that, you know, online we have an attention economy, and so you have all of these ways for these corporations to make this money online as well as in the theaters and through streaming. And so what we're seeing corporations do is they don't really care about writers, they don't really care about stories. What they care about is proven product that has exceptional genre conflation. When you conflate all the genres and you make them all into one, and you go to your local superhero movie and it's a drama, it's a mystery, it's an action, it's a comedy, it's romantic, and it has everything in it that everyone is looking for. That genre conflation works to create the next billion-dollar film. And so the public has taught these corporations that if they just regurgitate the same stuff over and over, and they do this genre conflation, a billion of us will show up and watch the films. And so it behooves us to get our crap together and stop giving these people money. That's why, people saying, oh, you don't like Pukehard, you're in a cult. No, it's that you can see a larger thing taking place. I'm saying that as a communications and technology scholar and as a science fiction author. There is something much more insidious and something much larger looming in the distance. We should not be going to films and they're every single genre, because when a film is every single genre, it's no genre. If it appeals to everyone, it appeals to no one. That's the way it works. And I want you to think about this as far as communications and technology goes. There once was a time when you could buy a $7,000 camera and you could go around and take pictures at a wedding, and you could demand huge sums of money to create these gorgeous pictures, and you could win all these awards. And then they came out with this forced obsolescence of the entire photographic industry by putting it in your phone. And so once everyone became a photographer, no one was a photographer. And so we're seeing this happening in entertainment as well, with genre conflation. When it appeals to everyone, soon it will appeal to no one. And I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Raquel. That was an excellent answer. PJ, it's great to see you, my friend. Have you got any good news for us about
Hey,
the
PJ.
Orville? Anything good?
Yeah, well, I don't want to say anything about the Orville because I'll get into trouble. But don't be.
Does that mean there's something to say about the Orville?
I think there's a good reason to be optimistic.
Thank God.
There's a very good reason to be optimistic, and I do want to say something about Picard. I do want to say that so my channel got taken down the other day.
What?
For yeah, this is not Twitter. I'm talking about YouTube now. Twitter's a whole different story.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
So my channel got taken down the other day. My stream got taken down the other day, not my channel, for supporting for a stream supporting Terry and supporting his efforts with Picard season 3 on episode 1. And I do want to say that one of the first people who got in touch with me after the stream was taken down was Terry himself. And he was very concerned about it. He was very concerned about the optics of having the stream taken down. And let me just say, I think it's okay to share it, but I just wanted to say that he was very, very concerned. It's not what he wants.
Well, good. That's good. I mean, they also took down Angry Joe's review.
Oh, they did.
And yeah, I mean, CBS struck it several times, and
wow,
was very negative about Picard season 3, and he's asking people, hey, please watch this review, and he's having to beg because they've taken down his review several times. He's got 3.3 million subscribers.
Wow.
So I mean, yeah.
So what did they hit him with, like, copyright business if he used imagery from it? Or
yeah, I mean they did. Yeah. I don't know the details, but I was watching his review and it's excellent. And
well, the funny thing is, I wasn't being negative to him.
Well, I know that's very weird, dude.
That is
I don't know.
Did they get? Were you given a reason for?
Well, when you get a copyright strike from Paramount CBS, it's evident that it's from Paramount CBS because you're really not given an explanation, and boom, you're just given a strike. And there's no claim, there's no claim process, there's no nothing. It's just they're handing out a strike. So
that's why I do my own caricature cartoons of the Picard and all that.
Right, the fastest.
It's mine. You can't
West,
take it.
And just the final, I not too much about the episode, but just the final thing I want to say about Picard is that we often talk about, and Doomcocks talk about it too. We often talk about on this channel and other channels about like the Civil War going on at Lucasfilm, and I think one thing that's not being addressed because it's harder information to come by. I think that's it's not being addressed what's going on at Paramount. There is something going on at Paramount. I would not say it's a civil war like it is at Disney, at Lucasfilm, but there is something going on, and I think there are some people trying to pave the path for post-secret hideout times. And I do think that there are some people who view Terry as a possibility for post-secret hideout times. So that's all I want to say about it.
Well, all right, that sounds good. Well, I tell you, I think that we've pretty much said what needs to be said about this, except I'm just crying out for the Orville to come back, and I pray that it will. It really is one of the best shows on TV, along with The Expanse, which is now sadly ended, but I hope it will come back at some point because it's a hell of a show. But anyway, thanks everybody. I really appreciate it, and we've got to move on because we've got. We might as well before we go to the super chats here. There's one more story that was very interesting about Forbes published an article saying Liam Neeson is right about Disney era Star Wars. And this is interesting. Liam Neeson made headlines this past week when he gave a surprisingly frank comment about the current status of Star Wars. Asked if he would return past the single recent cameo he did with Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan, he definitely said no. He definitively said no and gave his reason. No, I'm not, Neeson said. There's so many spin-offs of Star Wars. It's diluting it to me, and it's taken away the mystery and the magic in a weird way. Yeah, in a weird way. That weird is called S-U-C-K.
Right.
It's a weird word that Liam Neeson, being a great actor, has never heard. He's never heard the word suck before. But the writer of this article says, I do agree there's simultaneously both too much Star Wars content and the wrong kind of Star Wars content happening in this Disney period. It turns out that we actually have some evidence of that this is true. That in fact we have a pop culture breakdown exclusive. This is I'm just going to bring it up here. I think
Please
Gary
hold for executive assistant.
Hello?
Hello? Who am I speaking to?
Who is speaking, please?
You called us.
You called me.
I am so sorry. May I ask who I'm speaking to?
This is Liam Neeson.
Liam. Oh, you're an actor, right?
To whom am I speaking, please?
Oh my gosh, how has your day been?
Who the fuck are you?
I'm glad you asked. So this is what we're thinking. We're thinking about revamping Qui-Gon Jinn for Star Wars. Oh, it's so fantastic. So the idea is to make Qui-Gon Jinn more part of the LGBTQ community.
For Christ's sake.
I think they would love you.
God in heaven.
Oh, we can even work with your hair. Even your new outfit will make it more colorful.
Get fucked.
By the way, how do you feel about blackface?
You cunt.
I know Robert Downey Jr. did it.
That will not happen.
Look, I just think that this idea, it's gonna do great. And if you are a part of it, you're gonna save Star Wars.
Right.
Just think about that. All the fans and the LGBTQ community is just gonna love you even more.
Let me make this perfectly clear to you. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. I've acquired a special set of skills over the years one can only obtain in the performing arts, theater, and film. Believe me when I tell you, there will be no Qui-Gon Jinn series starring Liam Neeson. And if you ever try to make one, I will find you, and I will kill you.
Oh, no, you did not. Ooh, I'm gonna go to Twitter right now, Facebook, MySpace, yeah, we're gonna take you down. No, you, I can't even think right now. You white cis transphobic.
Hello.
This is Liam Neeson.
Hi, Liam. Okay. This is what you're going to do. You're going to be Qui-Gon Jinn. And you're going to be Qui-Gon Jinn. You do what I say. You are my bitch now. You're going to be a Chinese black woman. Just one, motherfucker. You're going to be a black Chinese woman. Go inside your I'll break your motherfucking fingers. Do you understand?
All right. Sounds good.
I'm looking forward to this out. I'm a very, very big fan of yours.
When do we start?
We'll see you on Monday.
Excellent. Excellent. Well,
I do have something to add to this. Like this is.
Oh,
true.
do you?
This has actually happened.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, as you can see, that all of these corporations want to get in on the act, and they want to appeal to this demographic. And so Hot Toys, like, as everyone knows, I'm a toy collector and action figure guy and stuff like that. So I've been paying attention to this stuff. So Hot Toys has now created their own subsidiary of Flaming Hot Toys. And they've come out with the brand new fabulous Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
Look, he's wearing turquoise and
Stylish.
purple pants with a purple undershirt, with a pink undershirt, so to match all that. And he comes with a very special, multicolored Jedi cloak.
Outstanding.
How DEI and ESG. Very good.
That is really something, Andy.
Yeah.
That
Hey,
is
Andy,
something.
can the hair be tied into a bun?
Oh, with a pink bow.
Yes,
Cool.
absolutely. Absolutely. Well, there you go. That was outstanding. And that was clearly, it was either a parody or absolutely real. I doubt that anyone could do Donald Duck that brilliantly. So I suspect that at least that was truly Donald Duck weighing in there. And
Donald Duck's
boy,
the
he was as menacing as Joe Pesci, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
He was as menacing as Joe Pesci. That was really scary. Klobby, Raquel, I really enjoyed having you guys here. Any final words? And also, would you like to stick around to talk about Dr. No with us, or do you need to go?
Unfortunately, I have to go, but I just want to say how much I appreciate being invited onto your show. You know I love your company. You and I have been friends since 2017. You know that I love you very much, and you got to keep up with the good fight, and don't lose a war of attrition. You're too smart for that, and I adore you, and thank you for having me. Hail to the chat, hail to everyone on the panel. You were all so kind to me. Thank you.
Thank
Raquel,
you.
one more
Raquel.
thing. How do we sign up for your cult again?
Yeah.
Where do we sign up?
I don't have a cult. I do have a Patreon. You can follow me there. It would also be really cool if folks in the community could support my classic episodic science fiction. You can purchase it under my name, R.M. Briggs, at Amazon or on your Kindle device. And I have a new book coming out.
Outstanding.
Oh, cool.
All right.
Well, please do go check out Raquel's books and also her Patreon. What is it? Patreon/RM Briggs?
It sure is, DC, and I think it's really incredible that you would allow me access to your audience by saying something like that. You didn't need to plug my stuff. I would appear here even if there was no plug to be made. So I just I love you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful show. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Raquel. Thank you so
You know
much.
We
Right,
love you
everyone.
very much, Raquel.
I know
I love
you
you,
do,
number one.
Gary. I love you, Cloppy. Good night,
Love you.
Captain.
Bye, Raquel.
night.
Great seeing you on.
Good night.
And what do you say, Klobby? You want to stick around and talk about Dr. No, or you got to
I do love it, but I got the show coming up at the top of the hour.
All right, my
But
friend.
moved it back a little bit later. And tomorrow night, though, Raquel and Mark D, we'll have the clubhouse tomorrow night for anyone who wants to hear Raquel talking about science fiction films she's been watching, old ones. She does a great job on that. And I just want to say thanks for having me, buddy. It's great to see you.
You are
guys.
welcome, Klobby. You are welcome. Please subscribe to Clobbering Times, and a great friend. I love you,
Thank
buddy.
you, my brother. Love you, buddy. Hey, my friends, Steve, Doug, Andy, Gary, PJ, buddy, man, just so good to see you all and all the fantastic friends in the chat out there. Clobber on, my friends.
We love you, Clobby. Hang loose.
Bye,
Clobby.
Back at you,
And
buddies.
I would like to give credit where credit is due. Who did that incredible Donald Duck voice? Let's just go ahead and spill it, shall we? The great Rancor Steve. What a great actor. There you go. One of the best Donald Ducks I've ever heard in my life.
It's superb.
Dude,
It's
that's so
superb.
good.
Thank you.
Doomcock's channel might get hit tonight.
Yeah, that might be a strike. Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah, and Rancor Steve, your Picard also is just spot on.
There are
Just
full
wait.
lights.
Just wait. That shit ain't over yet, man.
Is it
That shit ain't over yet.
Amen.
Stop telling
PJ,
company
I'm
secrets.
sorry about what happened to you, man. Do you want to stick around and talk about Dr. Noah with us, or you got to go?
I can be here for a little bit. If that's okay.
All right, let's just read a few super chats, and we're going to get right to it, shall we? All right, here we go. All right, let me see what we got here. Fellow Chucker gifted an Overlord DVD membership to the channel. Thank you very much, fellow Chucker. God bless you, my friend. Hail to you. And Big Daddy MRI, whose heart is as big as his name, gifted 5 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel. God bless you, Big Daddy MRI. It is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to see you, my friend. Thank you. Disney Sheepherder with 2 $10 super chats in a row. Thank you, Disney Sheepherder. Meh. Says shekels for making me laugh hard, Gary Ambrosia. So there you go. Thank you, Disney Sheepherder. You made him laugh.
All right.
And Disney Sheepherder also says Rancor Steve and the awesome hat. We got a fan here from Disney Sheepherder of Gary's and Rancor Steve's, and I'm a fan of theirs too, so I totally understand that. Thank you very, very much, Disney Sheepherder. And I bet you're even more of a fan now that you hear what kind of Donald Duck he does. It's holy shit.
I pay by the dollar.
He will quack for food. That's what it is. Thank you. Lord Illuminous Pooh with 2 $5 super chats in a row. Thank you, Lord Illuminous Pooh, who says, if you ever feel useless, just remember GTA has stoplights.
I actually stop at those when I play that game.
Really, do you?
It's harder to abide by the law than to not in that game. I don't know why, but it's true.
It is. Well, it's just not that kind of game. Because if we have to, generally, most of us abide by the law regularly. It's
right.
nice
But in the
make
game, it's like if you attempt to abide by the law, it's really difficult. It's really, really hard.
Yeah, absolutely. It is.
Yeah.
Hey, if your poo is luminous, you might want to have a doctor check that out.
That's right. If you've got
Good
glow
advice.
poos, see a physician.
Yeah.
Lord Illuminous Poo also says, nerdy, dirty joke. If you think your ping is bad, it took Jesus 3 days to respawn. Hey-oh! Hail Illuminous, Lord Illuminous Poo, with a little religious / gaming humor. Thank you, sir. Joseph with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Joseph says, hello. I work at Park Relations at Disneyland. We are bringing back the Flight of the Navigator ride and keeping Splash Mountain as it is. Our indie ride is going to be remade. See, I stumbled because it's so awful. Our indie ride is going to be remade as the Crystal Skull ride. No!
What?
No!
What?
Joseph was like setting us up just to knock us down again. Oh, dear. Thank you, Joseph. Well, I wish they would keep Splash Mountain as it is, but if you had to trade Splash Mountain for indie being Crystal Skull indie, oh, man, I don't know.
Trade it.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
But trade it.
Vor Axelon with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Vor. Says, I would watch this movie. Talking about Cocaine Bear 3, Home Alone. Yeah, man. Well, maybe we can make that happen. Thank you for Axelon. And Padre with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Padre. Says, here's to Gary Ambrosia's dream of good movies being produced in Hollywood. Also, I would like a pony, free Irish whiskey, butterflies, and Rancor Steve and a tutu dancing to gin and juice. We can dream, people. We can dream.
We can make that last one happen. We can do that.
Say it so. Yes, it can.
Yes.
What the fuck is gin and juice? I don't even know.
We can make it better than it was before.
Yeah, it's part of a hip hop song.
Oh, okay. I hate hip hop, so that's why I didn't know.
Oh.
Hail the Padre. Well, I like scotch and soda, or I like one.
Don't hate on hip hop, because if you play hip hop backwards, it sounds like polka.
You know, there was a Polish girl that I. Never mind.
All right.
That's true. Right. That's actually true. It's a joke, but it is true.
She wasn't Polish. She just Polished your knob and told you so. So there you go.
Okay.
And a gymnast.
Thank you, Padre, very, very much for dreaming. You keep on dreaming, buddy. You keep on dreaming. And Joseph Yancey of Yancey Street fame with a $20 super chat. Actually, it's a super sticker of the Invisible Man. Hail Joseph Yancey. And I really appreciate you being here, my friend. Thank you for that very generous donation, sir. And I hope that you all are enjoying the show. I hope you are, Joseph. And Lord Illuminous Pooh with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Lord Illuminous Pooh. Says, I think the Make-A-Wish Foundation should change their name. Either No Make Another Wish, we can't do anything about that, or Final Fantasy. Lord Illuminous Pooh is well known for his questionable taste. Thank you, Lord Illuminous Pooh. He just comes in there with the bon mots, hard hitting, and then
right.
duck and weave,
Yeah, he dares to make the joke that everyone else avoids.
He floats
no
like a
need
butterfly.
For a nightlight in the bathroom.
That's right. Stings like a bee. And Mario Trujillo with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mario Trujillo. Says, said it before, we'll say again. Star Trek is the one series where the "it was all a dream" twist would have fans thanking God. Keep up the fight, DC. Thank you, Mario Trujillo. I really appreciate that, man. I needed a good laugh today because I have had a fraught week. I'm dealing with family stuff. I'm not feeling well, so I didn't expect to laugh this much tonight. And I want to thank you amazing folks on the panel, and I want to thank all of you out there in the chat because I needed some laughs, so I really do appreciate it. And Mr. Buttcrack Media, member of mine for 17 months, he says, hail all. And I say hail to you, Mr. Buttcrack Media. What I really love is that he called himself Buttcrack Media, but it's like, call me Mr. Buttcrack Media, It's like he demands
keep the formalities.
Respect. That's right. He's right, too. Stone Racket with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Stone Racket. Says, hail, DC. Can we get Heather L. and Beth Arstead to model all of your DC shirts and sweatshirts on Zazzle instead of all those plastic models that are there now?
That sounds good.
I'm all for it.
Yeah,
I'm all for it. I'll ask Zazzle if we can have custom models, and then I guess we'll have to bribe them with I don't know what bribery could work in that instance.
Cash works.
Cash, sure.
Those are some lovely ladies. Let's do that.
They are. I agree. Let's try to make it so, Stone Racket. I thank you. Also, Stone Racket, I sent you a request about your Legionnaire stuff. If you could answer me, I'll get you your stuff out there. Rick Johnson with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Rick. Says, hey, I've been unwell since Last Jedi. Suck it up, bro. I hear you, Rick. I have been too, but it's just layering like a triple layer cake of suck. It's actually shit. It's as tall as the fucking Empire State Building at this point. Each one just another little bit of pop culture just chipped away. It's sick. Thank you, Rick Johnson. And Green Hat with a $10 super chat. Hail, Green Hat says, I have heard a rumor that the blue person in Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is now a male character. Please investigate this rumor, my lord. I haven't heard anything about that, Green Hat. I mean, I know that there's been a graphic where, she was flat or something. I don't know if it means anything or if they just are trying to once again, homogenize everyone and remove, anything that might be, oogle worthy. I don't know. But I'll if I hear that, I'll let you know, Green Hat. But as of now, I have not. I will investigate. Mark D with a C has joined the channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Mark D with a C. It's wonderful to see you, my friend. And Vor Axelon is also re-upped their channel membership as a Dominion. Thank you, Vor Axelon, and hail to you. Don Lewis, who has been a channel member for 8 months now at the Dominion level. Thank you, Don. Says, stick to your guns, or rather, your phasers. I will. I mean, it's not hard. I mean, I don't understand when this became like some kind of childish, but they like it or they like it or they like it. It's like, I don't give a shit. Why does that matter? Listen to my review. If you're so inclined, if you don't want to, then don't. If I make good points and you agree with them, good. If you don't agree with them, that's good too. Who gives a shit? But I'm certainly not going to change my opinion or back down just because other people disagree. I don't care. Why do we all have to agree on shit? But, whatever. Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Hail, Michael Beacom says, I will not be Picarded, SNW'd, into darknessed, Abrams, discovered, or Kurtzmaned. My trick is my own. Hail to you, Michael Beacom. Damn right, sir. Damn right. Well said. Damn right. He's a Prisoner fan, just like I am. Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Aaron Pipes. Says Kirk had genuine friends on his ship. Besides maybe Beverly or Data, Picard had no friends on his ship. I mean, he only ever sat down to poker with them in the final episode. So that's not really like a big, huggle bear relationship, is it? I mean, I watched the show, right? The Guardian of Azarath with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Guardian of Azarath. Says, hope you feel better soon, DC. Did you hear about Puffin/Penguin Books going woke? They politically corrected all of Roald Dahl's books. Yep. All of them. What the fuck?
Yep.
What?
Yep. I read what the original text, and I read what they substituted it for.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did Roald Dahl agree to this?
He's dead.
Then how the fuck can they do this?
They own his shit. They just did it.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Veruca, Salt,
fuck,
she's
no.
they, them.
Yeah.
Fuck no. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
So once again, hold on to your physical media because,
Oh, fuck me. Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Jesus. Wow. God.
Yeah, and if anybody's seen the movie Fahrenheit 451 or read the book by Ray
Yeah.
Bradbury, one might want to actually commit an old Roald Dahl book to memory just in case,
Right, yeah. Because then the fire department will show up.
Exactly, the firemen.
Marco Antonio Checafuque says his estate agreed to it. That's disgusting.
Yes.
Sold him out,
Oh, man.
We're talking about the guy who literally used to hire a car to drive outside of the premiere of a movie adaptation of his book and shout out how, what's the word? Help me. God damn it. Think for me.
Well, I don't know where you're going. I don't know the story.
He didn't like how different the movies were to his books.
Oh,
okay. So he was in
the infidelity of the film.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
that works. Okay, so he would literally hire a car to drive by the theaters and shout out, how what's the word again?
Infidelity.
Thank you. How infidelity he was, or how infidelity the movie makers were to his book, and now they're literally changing the words in his books because they're deemed offensive.
Yeah.
That's a real thing.
2GS says they decided words like ugly and fat have to be removed, not inclusive enough.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Look,
Yeah.
So
I wake up in the-
like not include. So how do we make it more inclusive? Like say fatties?
I don't know, man.
uglies?
Well,
What?
you
Oh
have
my
to
God.
describe
This
fat
is
as
in our
beautiful.
stream of thinking. We don't know. We don't know
Yeah.
how to fix this.
Well, you're
That
not
is-
supposed to think. They think for you. And
Right.
they've decided those words are dangerous and
Can we,
nasty.
Thank
it
you.
doesn't
do that on
matter.
the
Whatever
Dukakis
new word
show
they come
too?
up
'Cause-
with, whatever new word they come up with is going to be offensive next week anyway. Look,
Yeah,
you've
no.
gotten to the freaking point where there's people out there that says that if you're a lady and you like other ladies, and some person with male parts says he's a lady and you don't like those male parts, there's a problem with that to these people. Like,
Well, yes.
I mean, for God's sake. I mean, I remember back in the 80s when like the other side of this was that were like really like, had religious connotations and stuff like that, and told people to just try that other thing that you don't like. And now we've gone 180 degrees the other way. How about you let people be individuals and make their own freaking choices?
No.
And don't shove it down somebody else's throat and just let people live and let live and all that
We're
shit.
all
Like,
a part of the collective, Andy.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
we must come together for the sake of the hive.
when progress goes too far, it becomes regress. And
Yeah.
we passed that a long time ago.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to have to censor, Andy. Those terms are very dangerous and harmful. And,
Yes.
I imagine there's been quite a few meltdowns in the audience now. So,
I'm melting down because I didn't know anything about this.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just one step away from throwing the book on the fire.
Fahrenheit 451.
Who did that? Some group did that. But I just can't seem to recall. So anyway, that's the direction. It's inevitable.
Fahrenheit 451 was supposed to be cautionary, not an instruction manual.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Exactly. Yes.
Well, that's
Well
another
said,
book
Andy.
that's going to have to be rewritten. The
Welcome
firemen will be the
Ministry of
heroes.
Truth.
The
Yeah.
firemen will be the heroes, and that's
Unfucking believable. Wow. Well, we'll have to talk about this more. Shit. Douchebag Kylo has been an arch villain of mine for 18 months now. Thank you, Douchebag Kylo. Says they're just keeping the starships dark to be environmentally responsible. They have to combat galactic warming, So that's why in Picard.
well, that's a good point. It's too bad they didn't think of that and put it in the script.
That's what they should have put in. Yeah, galactic warming. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, they turned the lights off because if they turned them on, you'd see all the duct tape and cheap stuff. 'Cause they can't really afford a decent set anymore.
Well, it's just a screen, isn't it? Aren't they just doing the wraparound screen shit again? I thought that's what
I think
they were
a
doing.
good bit of it is, but I think some of that, I think it's obviously reused STD props and stuff like that, so.
I've got a way that they could go ahead and make the lighting better, set the goddamn sets on fire. That would work. I'd watch that. Let's do that.
That would upset Admiral Thunberg and increase his
Die.
footprint.
Oh, yes.
Die, you Doomcock.
Very disturbing. Very disturbing. Sean Carter with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Sean. Says, hail, Clobby and Raquel. So awesome you're here. And for the record, may I say that Raquel is 100% class and so awesome. Hail, Sean Carter. I'm sorry they had to go, but hopefully she will go back and listen to the rest of this. George Peter Gatsis with a $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you, George. Says Star Trek not for kids. You're kidding, right? Well, it was for everyone, but it's not infantile. It's not targeted, dumbed down for, like little kids or something. I mean, I loved it as a kid, but I was a smart kid, but I mean, it shouldn't be confined to anything like that. I mean, that's what the point was basically. Disney Sheep Herder with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says Soapbox Proud, R.M. Briggs. Hail to R.M. Briggs, and thank you, Disney Sheep Herder. Yeah, she was great. It was really great having her
Just
on.
FYI, guys, Raquel is going to be doing a con cosplay on Twitter. She's going to post those photos pretty soon. So go follow her and check that out because I'm sure it'll be an attractive con. So
I bet it will.
What's her
can't
Twitter?
go wrong with that.
I don't know. Is it RM Briggs?
Yes,
RM Briggs on
I
I
think
follow
it
her,
is.
but I don't know what.
Yeah, I was trying to
believe it's
find
RM
it because I
Briggs.
tweeted out
Yeah.
an image, but I couldn't find hers. Yeah.
You know, Ricardo Montalban had an awesome rack as Khan, so she might actually beat him. I'm sure, but you know, God bless Aaron Briggs because she is gorgeous and intelligent. So
Yeah,
go Aaron Briggs.
absolutely. And speaking of amazing, JT Kirk is here. JT Kirk with a $5 super chat. Thank you, JT Kirk says we got closure with the TNG cast. It's called All Good Things. Pukehard is Warp 1 and AGT is Tom Paris's Shuttle Warp 10 by comparison. Thank you, JT Kirk. Good points, my friend.
Yeah.
Good points indeed.
Agreed.
Yeah, All Good Things was the send off.
It was a good closure. Yeah.
It was, and it was better. That's what the movie should have been, because
Yes.
the movies were not good.
We don't need a completely winded 85-year-old Picard. He's literally winded. I mean, we're literally watching him trying to make his way through dialogue, and he's like, "Oh, but I don't know."
I know.
I
The most
know.
powerful
It
thing
was
about
really,
it was his
truly-
voice, and it's gone. You know,
All
sad,
jokes
but-
aside, it was awkward watching this guy trying to communicate with Frakes, who's
Yeah.
doing pretty well, but
Yeah.
really can't keep up with him. That was
I
Somebody
agree
had done a
entirely.
video. I can't remember who. Someone had done a video and said, the thing with Picard is that there's been 3 different Picards. You had the TV series, which is the real Picard. Then you had the movie Picard, which was, the diehard Picard. And then now you have this crap. So the constant derivative, it gets worse.
Yeah, you're right, man. It was like the movies were like Die Hard Picard, and then the show is like Died Hard Picard.
Well, he did
past that.
die, and then now he's a robot, which
Yep.
they seem to just ignore because
Yeah, right.
Look,
But he
fixed
still
it.
eats. He still bleeds.
Even-
I know. He still
even
has
ignoring
constipation.
season 1 and 2. I mean, as a guy who did not see season 1 and 2, even ignoring it, pretending like it doesn't exist, it still sucked. So,
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But I will restart point. I will read up on the Roald Dahl situation. Like I said, this week.
Yeah.
You need to check that
I've
out if
been-
you haven't seen it. Yes. You
Yeah,
need to look into that.
I've been out of commission this week,
Yeah.
basically.
That's very, very bad. Very bad.
Dixon Cider with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dixon Cider. Says, I heard that Boys to Men broke up because Michael Jackson found out it wasn't a delivery service. Oh, hail to the continued war on woe. Hail, Dixon Cider. Oh, ping. Thank you, Dixon Cider. And Dionysus Larson, who's been a channel member for 6 months at the Dumentite level. Hail, Dionysus Larson, says, release TOS, TMP history and aesthetic to public domain. Allow fanfic. Do that, and I might consider watching New Trek. The Enterprise D, I like it. Yeah, I mean, they're slamming on the Enterprise D. They're slandering Starfleet. They're having, a terrorist incident in a city exactly like in fucking Star Trek Into Darkness, which is one of the worst fucking things I've ever seen in my whole life. Just,
And plus,
just
did
same
you-
shit over and over again?
Did you catch the clue for that? The red lady,
Yes. Like
Red
Mighty
Matter.
Spock. Yes.
red angel.
Yes. I
I'm
was like,
waiting
oh,
for the red
God's
Genesis
sakes.
device that they're going to discover on Beverly's ship with Picard's son David.
Hey, look, I just can't wait to the part where like you see Counselor Troy put on the friggin' headband and go all Rambo. That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Picard's son is played by Ezra Miller. So it's good.
I just laughed. I had to laugh when like the kid comes and says she's my mom, and he looks at her, and then suddenly a giant ship jumps, just exactly like the Narada, just like exactly in Star Trek Into Darkness. Blah 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 blah. They just love the giant ship towering over a little ship. Yawn, Jesus, come
I
on.
guess the blue pill did work.
The blue transistor. For Axelon, been a channel member for a month, says Doomcock. You had me at Jet Dino. Hail to you, Voraxalon. Glad to hear it. And Ghost Rider, who's been an arch villain of mine for 10 months now. Thank you, Ghost Rider. Says Metalis didn't name the planet after himself. The showrunner of Enterprise named it after him. Credit where it's due, y'all. Okay, fair enough. Although he did be sure to use it.
Yeah, right. Thanks for clearing that up.
Okay,
Give me a fucking break.
Tyru, who's been a channel member for 34 months at the Dominion level. Thank you, Tyru. Says, please invite Drunk 3PO on next week. He wrote a book. Hail, Tyru. Drunk 3PO is a great guy, and perhaps that might work someday. Yeah. I didn't know he wrote a book. That's pretty damn cool. Hail to Drunk 3PO. And hail to you, Tyru. Bandit MD11 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bandit. Says, I wish Picard could have played his flute song for his Romulan lady. That sounds
That would be a little too inclusive.
All right.
That would be a little too inclusive.
Yeah, really.
That's the song that I played for people that didn't exist. Isn't that a lovely story?
I want to be more inclusive, so I'm going to play the skin flute.
I gotta say,
Stop,
that
Andy.
Romulan chick is hot. The Romulan chick is hot. Polaris is hot.
What
That's
Romulan chick? What are you talking about?
the Romulan chick? The
Picard's girlfriend. Yeah.
She's
Oh,
hot.
you know what? I couldn't see her in the fucking shot.
Well, it's
So-
true, but
Yeah.
I couldn't tell, but I'll take your word for it.
But anyway, let's go ahead and get to our movie of
Oh shit.
the week. Here we go. Let me pull it up here. All righty, we have got Dr. No, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. No. This is absolutely one of my favorite James Bond movies of all time. I really like it because it felt very close to the books. There weren't a lot of gimmicks in it. Sean Connery, the movie basically just relies on Sean Connery's magnetism, his masculinity, his ease with a quip. And I just thought that this was a fantastic film. I really think that this is one of my favorites out of the entire series. And I wanted to do this. It certainly has one of the great James Bond reveals. One of the great character reveals of all time. I mean, we talked about it on Raiders of the Lost Ark when, we just see Indy from the back and he's moving through the forest in South America, heading towards the Jovito's temple. We see him from the back. And when he stops by this waterfall and he's like looking at pieces of a map and trying to get his bearings, that guy steps up, draws his gun. You see the hand go to the whip flies back, gun hits the ground, man like holding his hand runs off. And then we see his face as he emerges from the shadows into the light, the semi-light of the forest. And that is one of the great character reveals of all time in a film. Same thing with Casablanca. I love the reveal of Rick Blaine in Casablanca, where you just see him, from the shoulders down, he's playing chess at a table, drinking his bourbon, smoking a cigarette. Somebody brings him a check to sign. He says, "Okay, Rick," hands it back, kind of taps the chess piece, and it raises his cigarette, and then we tilt up to the face, and there you see Bogart looking hard bitten, every bit that character. And in this movie, we don't see James Bond up until that beautiful woman in the red dress over there says, "I admire your luck, mister." And he goes, "Bond, James Bond." Look at that look on his face. Any doubt that this guy is a badass? This guy, Sean fucking Connery, man, he is Bond. And I just think he's the idol of my dad. He's one of my idols. It's just one of those wonderful masculine things that fathers can hand down to sons. He was always taping, James Bond movies off the TV and, playing soundtracks and stuff. And I grew up to really love James Bond even before, I knew anything about Ian Fleming or anything. I just think that this thing is damn near perfect. Other than the giant, the giant vent in the cell that Dr. No throws James Bond into. I mean, it's not even like a half, big vent like they did with Kirk in Dagger of the Mind down on the Tantalus. I mean, this thing is, you could drive a golf cart through this vent. James Bond uses it to escape. Who never saw that coming? I don't know.
It's
but
a Karen vent.
yeah, I don't know, but this is a great movie. And Gary pulled these wonderful stills for us, even though I volunteered to do it. I really appreciate it, Gary. Do you have anything to say about Dr. No?
I do. First off, before I get to my notes, I will recall an issue of Maxim magazine when I was a young man reading this, and I will caution you, Doomcock, when I quote this magazine, when I say one of the rules of this magazine is never, ever, ever let a man insult a James Bond film in front of another man, unless it's never say never again.
But
so take it easy. Take it easy on the vent being too large, man, because that could be borderline considered an insult.
Okay.
Let's take it easy. Anyway, let's get to my notes here. Dr. No. Based on the adventures of British Secret Service agent James Bond, also known as 007, the creation of author Ian Fleming. Fleming's first 007 novel, Casino Royale, was published in 1953 with moderate success, including episodic novels and a comic strip. It was in 1960 when the author met with then U.S. Senator John F. Kennedy to discuss the possible overthrow of Fidel Castro that the books got a boost in popularity. During his presidency, JFK stated publicly that he was a huge fan of the novels. This brought attention of the possible franchise to American producers Albert R. Broccoli and Irvin Allen. After a disastrous meeting with the producers and Fleming, during which Allen told the author his books were not even good enough for TV.
Oh, God.
The movie rights would remain untapped until a year later. Producer Harry Saltzman paid Fleming $50,000 for a 6-month option on the James Bond franchise. A handshake deal, no signed contracts, were finally made for 007 at United Artists with Saltzman and Broccoli. Seeing that it was the simplest story to bring to the big screen, the Dr. No novel was chosen as the first 007 feature film. Actors Richard Johnson and Roger Moore were originally considered for the role of 007, and also Cary Grant, who was the best man at producer Broccoli's wedding.
Wow.
Roger Moore was tied up in TV, and Grant refused to sign for more than one film. It was the producer of a film called On the Fiddle by the name of Ben Fish that suggested that one of that film's actors would make a terrific 007. That actor was Sean Connery. Broccoli requested to see his latest film, Darby O'Gill and the Little People, and afterward was completely sold on Connery. United Artists was reluctant to cast an unknown in the role. However, they allowed the casting choice. Connery's mix of good looks, charm, wit, humor, and cold-blooded killer instinct have secured him in history as not only the greatest 007 ever, but as one of the most cherished actors of all time.
Amen.
Both Connery and the producers, thank you. I thought long and hard about that note. Both Connery and the producers of Dr. No credit Terrence Young in creating the look, feel, and style of James Bond in every aspect, including the downplaying or throwing away of the now famous 007 death quips.
Mhm.
You know, like, I think they were on their way to a funeral. That kind of shit, you know.
Right.
Just throw it away. That was Terrence Young, apparently.
What happened to Benny? I let him go.
Right. That's, well, okay. Bernard Lee and Lois Maxwell are cast as the recurring characters of M and Miss Moneypenny. Canadian actress Lois Maxwell's husband had suffered a massive heart attack, and the couple needed income, hence her accepting the very secure role should the film be a success.
Well done. Yeah.
Worked
good
out in
move.
her favor. Yeah. 2 weeks before shooting, the role of Honey Rider had yet to be cast. It was then that the producer saw a photo of John Derrick's wife, Ursula Andress. She was offered the role of the very first on-screen Bond girl immediately and was sent the script. Ursula read the script aloud with friend and actor Kirk Douglas, who suggested to her that she absolutely had to accept the role because it was so much fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, oh yeah. During shooting her introductory scene, Andress slipped and fell on a piece of coral and opened up one of her knees. Completely opened the thing up. Yeah. Let's see. She told the crew to close it up, slap some makeup on it, and let's keep going. For those of you who have not sustained a seaworthy injury in your body, it takes a long time to heal because of all the bacteria in the coral and the ocean water and stuff like that. It's very, very, very tough. Ian Fleming was so smitten by Andress's beauty and charm that he actually references the actress in his 007 novel On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Talk about meta.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Due to Andress' heavy accent, her dialogue was dubbed by actress Nikki Vanderzil. I didn't know she was dubbed entirely. There it is, guys.
Yeah,
wait,
isn't
go
that
back.
bizarre?
There you go. Look at that. Ooh. Remember when she came out of the water? My God.
Yeah.
That was literally the moment when my balls dropped. So, and my voice went suddenly to like this. Wow, that's a very pretty woman.
Totally dubbed. Wow.
Yeah, completely dubbed. Isn't that amazing? I had no idea. Noel Coward was originally suggested by Ian Fleming to play Dr. No. Coward was offered the role, and his reply was just 3 words. No, no, no.
Well, okay.
Right? New York-based actor Joseph Wiseman was chosen to play the first on-screen Bond villain. His role was complicated by heavy makeup and metal gloves to simulate the character's prosthetic hands. Wiseman's performance as Dr. No became the basis for future Bonds, exuding a calm and cold demeanor, yet being a gracious host to his prisoners. This became an often imitated and heavily parodied concept in films like the Austin Powers trilogy.
There he is. Yeah. I mean, so he really kind of pioneered that take.
Right. Again, all this kind of came from Terrence Young's direction, who Connery and all the crew members kind of say, they were like, he was the guy that originally said this is how it should be, and every other Bond kind of borrowed from that. Let's see. Production designer Ken Adam was tasked with finding the gorgeous locations in Jamaica, building what would become the first Bond villain lair, and the strange weapon vehicle of Dr. No's henchman, the flame-throwing armored dragon car. There it is, right there. These concepts would go on to become a staple in the 007 franchise, and Ken Adam would serve as designer for many of the Bond films after Dr. No, including the gigantic volcano rocket silo in You Only Live Twice, and the submarine capturing tanker ship in The Spy Who Loved Me, which at the time was built inside the largest soundstage ever constructed, now called the 007 stage at Pinewood Studios in Ivor, England.
Sweet.
At the time of the production, a painting, here we go, perfect timing. A painting of the Duke of Wellington by famous artist Goya had been stolen. Writer Joanna Harwood added in the script that the painting was in fact sitting in Dr. No's lair amongst other famous antiquities and is noticed by 007. So at the time, I guess that painting had been stolen, and they just decided to throw it in there.
That's perfect.
As a gag, yeah. It's pretty great.
I would have never known that because, you know, that's a topical thing of the time.
Yeah, that's why they made such a point of him kind of noticing it and stopping it at the staircase there. Producer Harry Saltzman brought British composer Monty Norman out to Jamaica during the 12-week shoot to begin work on his music for Dr. No. Norman worked with a local band called Byron Lee and the Dragoneers to create several hit tracks for the film. The band was the biggest musical group ever to come out of Jamaica. Norman's wife, Diana Copeland, provides the vocals for Underneath the Mango Tree on the soundtrack. Needing a theme for the film's opening title, Norman borrowed a piece of music from a score he wrote for a musical called A House for Mr. Biswas. Composer John Barry, who was brought on to arrange the borrowed piece into the super cool jazzy tune it became, although the incredible composer John Barry would go on to score most of the 007 films, it is Monty Norman that is credited with writing one of the most iconic and influential themes in cinema history, the James Bond theme. So the James Bond theme has been borrowed from a musical that Monty Norman wrote. It was called A House for Mr. Biswas. And in some of the research material I was reviewing, he actually sings, and there are lyrics to this little piece of music. He took that, borrowed it, and he didn't really borrow it. He stole it from his own musical and interjected it into Dr. No, and that became the theme. It's pretty incredible. If you don't know that piece of history, that piece of musical history, I recommend you check that out.
Amazing.
The gun barrel sequence was the sole creation of title designer Maurice Binder, who would go on to design the opening titles of many of the 007 films. He used a pinhole camera to photograph the actual inside of a gun barrel and used the image in the now iconic sequence. So that's an actual picture of the inside of a gun barrel. It's not like drawn or anything. He got a little pinhole camera, stuck it in the gun barrel, photographed it, and that's what he used to compose that scene.
That's amazing.
Guys, everybody out there in the chat, all the wrenches, everybody watching, this is the epitome of toxic male greatness. James Bond, the very first James Bond. The cool thing about watching this movie again was seeing where all of the cliches sort of were where they were born. You know, watching the first martini being made. Bond makes the first martini before he kills the double agent in the gal's apartment in Jamaica. We see the first Bond girl, the first Bond villain. Everything was born out of this movie, and that's what's so cool about this movie. This movie has got such a great 60s kind of, jazzy vibe to it. And God, I love this movie. When I was a kid, I didn't really appreciate it. I appreciated the later Bond movies, but now, later on, this movie is fantastic. That was a $100,000 set right there. That was the most expensive set in the movie, was the Dr. No's rocket toppling layer. Mm-hmm. And it was sort of these are kind of the birth of the parody of, Austin Powers and the Dr. Evil, when he's in the inflatable suit, and all of that comes from this film. And really, this movie is incredible from its amazingly exotic locations in Jamaica to its beautiful sets, which production designer Ken Adam was just left alone. Nobody bothered him, and he was designing and building all of these sets while the crew were shooting the movie in Jamaica. So they showed up back in the UK to shoot the rest of the film, and they showed up to all these sets already being built. So that just goes to show you what the kind of achievement you can make when you leave an artist to just do what he does. Also, a little interesting bit about this right here. Honey Rider's demise. Originally, there was supposed to be a scene where a whole bunch of crabs were supposed to be eating her alive. Well, the crew had bought a bunch of crabs, but they didn't realize that they purchased it from like a food dispensary, so they were all frozen. So they dumped a bunch of frozen crabs all around Ursula Andress, and it didn't really look right. So they said, let's just make it to where, maybe Dr. No's going to flood the whole room and drown her instead of the crabs, because this isn't going to work.
I'm calling bullshit on that, because if there's anything that could bring something back to life, it's Ursula Andress.
Right? Ursula Andress getting crabs.
Yes. 100%.
Anyway, this is a spectacular film, and if any of you out there haven't seen it, which I seriously doubt, my God, immediately after this show is over, go and watch it.
I'm glad you like it this much, Gary.
Oh God, I love this fucking film.
It's just great. I mean,
any James Bond film, it's just any of the Connery Bonds are just they're up there on a different level. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He managed to be sophisticated without being stuffy. Very very masculine. He could be pretty, hard ass. But he also had his charm, a sense of humor. Oh yeah, very cold,
motherfucker.
Bond
there's a scene in this. There's a scene in this movie. I think I grabbed a screen capture of it where he's shooting the double agent. He shoots him. He's in the apartment, of the Asian gal, and he shoots this guy. Right after he says, that's a Smith and Wesson, and you've had your 6. He shoots him. The guy falls on the ground, and he shoots him again in the back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fucking cold-blooded shit right there.
Yeah.
I've never shot another human being, but my God, look at that right there. Just,
he lets him
pops
go ahead.
him.
He puts his gun down and lights his cigarette and stuff, and lets the guy lunge for his, and he pulls the trigger and it snaps on the empty chamber, and then he picks his gun back up and says, "That's a Smith and Wesson. You've had your 6." And then pow, and then
Pops
pow
him.
again, and then he looks at his gun and just kind of sits there, thinks about the moon. I don't know. He's
right.
He's not fucking around.
Cold.
He doesn't make a big deal about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So God bless Sean Connery. Boy, look at him. Look at him yank this gal around by the towel that's around her neck.
Yeah.
He's like, "You're gonna kiss me whether you like it or not, and if you don't like it, you're gonna get my hand across your fucking face." Straight
James
up.
Bond.
Straight up. He's fucking. Okay, there's the Sunbeam Alpine right there. That's the very first James Bond car. Well, yeah. There you go.
It's a great one, man.
It's fantastic.
I really love it. And yeah, I agree with everything you said. Rancor Steve, anything you would like to say about Dr. No?
Daniel Craig is the best James Bond ever.
Get fucked in hell. Get fucked in hell.
Uh-oh.
Well, you first. No. So I don't have anything technical about this movie. The thing about the Sean Connery movies specifically, as I can now not pronounce, whatever. But
Donald Duck got you.
I know, right, motherfucker. But I think it was every New Year's Eve. Do you remember the channel Spike TV?
Yeah.
They would do this James Bond marathon. And whenever I visit family in Nebraska, they would have that on, and there'd be a Sean Connery James Bond, and they would actually go through the entire movies before Daniel Craig, and I would just watch those. And what this movie specifically resonates with me the most is the N64 Golden Eye James Bond game. And we would watch James Bond, a couple movies, and we go play that. This movie I didn't know this was the first movie. I thought it was Roger Moore. And then I had to look back and I was like, no, they got it all switched around. And Sean Connery is my James Bond, and he is the staple of masculinity, and everything about James Bond is Sean Connery. So this movie is, to me, it's GoldenEye is the greatest James Bond movie, but this one is the second one. I enjoyed it so much watching it. I was sitting down building Legos and I was like, dude, I can't build Legos. I gotta sit down and watch this movie. This is so cool. When she walks out of the water, I was like, oh Lord. I text my wife, I was like, can you walk out of the ocean for a bit? If we're ever at the ocean, she's like, why? I was like, because James Bond watched the lady walk out of the ocean, and I want that. But it's, if anyone who hasn't seen Dr. No, I mean, just go watch it. And this pretty much explains who James Bond is. He's pretty much the most badass guy on earth. He's clever. He's got more charm than any other man alive. It's Sean Connery is just, it's, yeah, there's no words I can explain Sean Connery as James Bond, but this is probably one of, up there is probably one of the greatest James Bond movies ever made.
100%.
It's, as a kid, I was like, I want to be James Bond. I want to get all the ladies.
Yeah, I mean, well, who didn't? You know, I think again, this is something that fathers could share with their sons, you know, and you know, my dad certainly did, and I've been grateful for it. You know, he was right about everything. I mean,
that's
my
very
dad,
true. My father shared the he bought the VHS set, and we would watch it together when I was a little kid.
Yeah. And I mean, and you know, my dad would tape it, and like I said, everything. And I mean, he was the one that introduced me to Casablanca and everything else. And you know, it just
you got a good dad.
Yeah, he definitely was.
But on that note, I have to head out, and because my wife has to get to sleep soon. But I just want to say, just kind of, I didn't want to cut you off or anything, but just, I enjoyed being on the show and everything, and I'll be here next week. But yeah, so I hope everyone has a good week, and I'll catch you guys later.
Hey man, you are fantastic. You are your Donald Duck is legendary, and it's always a joy, brother. Always a joy.
I won't let him know.
Yeah, let's not let it get to his head.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Well, that's fair. So go tune in to Manorama and subscribe to Rancor Steve's channel, and we will see you next week, brother. Thank you.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Later, Steve.
All right, man. Take
Good
care.
night, Steve.
And now we come to Douglas Nelson. Look at this. Dun, 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 dun. Hail, Douglas. More of your outstanding artistry, sir.
My pleasure. Yeah, you know, I came to Bond first through Roger Moore. That's the Bond I knew, and then I would hear about, and my dad said, "Yeah, but Sean Connery's the real James Bond." And well, who? And then
leave it to our dads to always set us straight, right?
Yeah,
no matter what bullshit. Right. Nah, fuck that. Fucking Connery's the Bond.
You know, and I was like, oh, you know, and then what's the big deal? You know, and then I saw it. Oh,
yeah, much more different.
But overall, with the Bond films, most will go to Goldfinger as Bond arriving or whatever, and it's kind of a lot of the templates are all pretty much established there, especially with John Barry's music and what have you. And I had always kind of agreed with it, but rewatching Dr. No, I was like, no, there's a lot more here. And Gary hit on it exactly. The scene that I wanted to talk about was the lethality of James Bond and the cold-blooded nature of the man right there when he shoots the guy, then shoots him again for good measure.
In his back, Doug.
Yeah, in his back. Yeah, but I mean,
when I was a kid, I watched this, and you take shit for granted when you're a kid. But I'm an adult now, and I watch this now, and I'm like, God damn, that's fucking cold.
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah. He was really upset with the guy.
Well, but that's the weird thing, Doug. Not really. He just did it anyway.
Right. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, you get another. But it's another thing about Bond, and it was like, well, he lives that life, and he chases all these women and all that stuff because he lives under the reality that he's dead at any minute now. That's all a part of the dangerous world that he's in, and everybody is a potential killer, and that's the way he is, so it explains it. But for Sean Connery, it's like sometimes you like, especially in TV shows or whatnot, you'll see actors kind of grow into their character, but Connery is Bond right there immediately, and it's consistent throughout. And so it's a incredible casting, when you think of where it could have been, and all of that. But but a lot of the templates are all there. There's not as much crazy gadget weapons and whatnot and that kind of thing. But of course, Dr. No says, you could easily see that's the template for all the other villains, and just the back and forth between the two and all that. And then his death. Oh, damn the hands. And it's like, especially for the guy who's so arrogant and superior and better than everybody else, and then he dies like that.
That's true, Doug. I never thought about that.
Yeah, my strong hand.
Oh, damn it. Oh, no. You have to think that gave Bond a chuckle,
Oh, yeah.
There's only two things those hands couldn't do.
Yeah, no. Damn these hands.
Oh, God. Poor Dr. No.
Exactly. I mean, you're talking about the scenes that made James Bond. But, for me, another really key scene was when he's talking to Dr. No. And Dr. No mentioned Spectre, and Bond says Spectre, and he says Special Executive for Counterintelligence, Terrorism, Revenge, and Extortion. and then he's trying to enlist Bond, and Bond says to him, I could start in the Revenge Department, but then I'd have to begin with the man who killed Strangways and quarreled. And he's just looking at him, and then he asks him, does toppling American missiles really make up for having no hands? So he's just digging at this guy, guy, and he doesn't take any shit. He's not scared.
No,
I mean,
he's too drunk to be scared.
I know. I should.
Really. I mean, honestly, Doom. When fucking Auric Goldfinger shows up in the jet at the end of Goldfinger, and he pulls a gun on him, and Connery looks at him, and he's like, Goldfinger, are you having lunch at the White House too? I can't watch the scene without fucking dying laughing, because he's literally gonna die, but he's just fucking throws an insult at him because what the fuck? I'm drunk. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so badass,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because again, he's accepted that I'm dead at any minute.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like he's already accepted that.
That's the beauty of being a sociopath.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, he's accepted it a long time ago, probably. I mean, that's what makes him such a stellar agent,
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So,
look at Ursula Andress in this picture. Look.
Yeah,
at
I know.
Yeah.
God damn, John Derek was a lucky motherfucker, wasn't he?
And
he was. He later, was married to Bo Derek.
Yeah,
I know, right? Because he had to top Ursula Andress. What's he gonna do?
Standards,
Son of a bitch.
I know.
If he was here, I'd punch him right in his fucking mouth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm so jealous.
Bo Derek in 10, man, she was something.
Oh God.
There's a
and
little
speaking of a
there.
10, let's go to PJ Orville Nation, because I've always felt that PJ looked a lot like James Bond himself. Looks like Timothy Dalton to me.
Yeah.
I think he really does.
In my younger days, maybe.
I think he does. Doesn't he look like Timothy Dalton? Come on.
PJ, look at the camera and say, he got the boot.
He got the boot.
There you go. Fucking A. Spitting image.
Well, I was, it's interesting because when I see this movie, one of the things I most appreciate about this movie is everything it gives us. And like, to me, when I think about this movie, I think about The Man from U.N.C.L.E. I think about, Gary's talking about Austin Powers. I think about Roger Moore's The Saint. Yeah. I mean, Roger Moore's The Saint is directly because he didn't get this role.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Get smart.
Yeah, I mean, like so much, in ways like Star Trek or Star Wars influenced sci-fi. This really influenced this genre of movies for decades to come.
That's true, PJ. Good point.
And actually, I wanted to ask you, Gary, because you guys might know this better than I. Is this Barbara Broccoli's daughter, the one who is involved with
Yeah.
Yes, the child of Albert R. Broccoli. Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. So, and this is the one that we've been hearing about that they want to reinvent.
Probably. Who knows?
I hope not. I thought they said that they would never have Bond, turn into a woman or anything. I mean, I think that she's pretty much said that.
Well,
she
never
said
say
that.
never again.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, this last one was terrible, though. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they killed off Bond, and
Right.
I'm not going to go see their movies anymore.
I
mean,
agree.
they took that step, and I mean, what? So now, he's going to be back, and we're just going to forget that stupid movie ever happened? No.
Well, it's the multiverse of Bond.
Yeah, fuck that. No thanks.
Right.
Well, I mean, if we got him back and it was good, I would say fuck he never died.
Yeah, just ignore
Right.
the crappy one.
Yeah.
So I guess it depends on the quality of what we get, right?
It's true.
But in the current era, I'm not optimistic. I mean, she said that there's no plans to make James Bond a woman, but that doesn't stop, race swapping or making him gay and all that.
Right. Right.
But there's no plans not to.
Well,
Well, they could get
Doug,
a
there was
robot.
Doug. There was a line in what was it, the Bond movie before last, that it was who's the guy that plays Anton Chigurh in No Country for Old Men? What's the Javier Bardem?
Yeah.
He's kind of feeling his thigh, and Bond looks at him and he says, he's like, what makes you think this is my first time? And I'm like,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
okay, hey, for Queen and Country, right? I don't know.
I don't know.
That's how they slipped it in.
But PJ, so you like
Literally.
Bond movies?
Oh, I love Bond movies. I grew up on Bond movies. I'm a junkie for Bond movies, and I think it's funny because when we go back to watch this movie, it's just the blueprint for. I mean, it's logical because the first one, but it's literally a blueprint for so much that came afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Even not in other than Bond even so.
Yeah, it was very, very seminal, very much, kind of a trend setting. I mean, for comic books too. I mean, it really, that secret base. I mean, when was this movie made? Was it
62?
62,
when it came out.
Yeah.
Actually, I had a question.
This
I had
was
a
even
question for you,
before
Luke.
Marvel comics. I mean,
Yeah.
so-
It had a huge influence over Marvel. That's true.
Absolutely. But PJ, what were you going to ask me?
I had a question for you. I almost forgot. Now, does the villain in this movie have any influence on the supervillain of Doomcock and that little collar at the top of your uniform there?
I would say that Dr. No definitely is a model. I mean, all the Bond villains have been inspirations to me as a villain.
You know what? That's a really great question, PJ. Doomcock, what is it about the Nehru collar that sort of influences all of the supervillains?
I think
Why?
I think it's because it defies convention. It's somebody that doesn't court popularity or follow in others' footsteps. They're trying to be more original. Also, the high collar keeps your neck erect. It keeps you having good posture. It forces a good posture, which gives you an arrogant air as a villain.
So it's phallic.
Well, to some extent, sure.
I see.
Everything. Well, Dictor Van Doomcock, is in it of itself certainly.
What an enlightenment! Thank you.
Intended to be phallic. But yeah, I mean, even preceding Marvel comic books, where you'd have the giant Kirby-esque Jack Kirby bases, and I mean, look at that set for Dr. No, and the volcano set in You Only Live Twice. I mean, these are just masterpieces of diabolical I mean, center of the earth base kind of stuff,
Right.
PJ.
At the time, these were the biggest sets constructed for a motion picture.
Yeah.
At the time, yeah.
And it was my dad's fantasy. I'm sure every red-blooded American male, that you drink hard and you're packing heat and you're killing people and getting the ladies, and at the end the island blows up and you're floating in a boat with her, just two of you on a slow boat to China or wherever. It's
my dream,
it's
baby.
Amazing. It's amazing. It's so romantic. It's men being men, women being women. And there was no ambiguity there. The villains were great. I mean, Robert Shaw in From Russia with Love was absolutely fantastic.
Oh yeah, even deeper than Joseph Wiseman, I think.
Yeah,
really.
Oh, yeah.
Shaw was a great villain.
I love when Bond asks him, "Can I have a cigarette?" Not a chance. I'll pay for it. He's got those gold coins, and I've got some more in here. Hold on. He opens the case and gets a face full of gas. And the knife slide. I mean, that was great. God dang, a great movies. Which is your favorite Bond, PJ?
Like I think Douglas was saying before, I was first exposed to obviously from my age with Roger Moore. But I think it's Sean Connery.
I do too,
and I have a great appreciation for Pierce Brosnan too.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the scripts were as good, but I think he could have been a great Bond.
He was genetically bred for the role, I think.
Yeah, he got screwed out of it. He was supposed to succeed Roger Moore, but he was stuck with Remington Steele, even though they'd already canceled it or something. They wouldn't let him out of the contract or some nonsense.
Something like that. And, Doug, his wife had passed away. Yeah. And his wife was one of the Bond girls in For Your Eyes Only.
Wow, really?
Wow.
I don't know if you know that, but she's the Countess. The one that gets hit by the Jeep on the beach by the bad guys. That's Brosnan's wife who passed away. Yeah.
Oh wow!
So he had kind of a rough road, but he finally ended up getting into the role. But yeah.
I then though the Bond movies were much more kind of tongue in cheek, riffing off of the comedy of Bond.
Well, Roger Moore's run got more
that came from Moore.
Yeah,
I think so.
What's your name? Chew me, really? Like that kind of shit.
Yeah, I know. But by the time they got with Timothy Dalton, there's a strain there trying to make it more serious with those films. But
Dalton was fucking great.
Yeah, he was good.
He was really good. The movies I enjoy. I'm a young guy. I'm younger than a lot of you guys here, but I like the 80s Bonds because those were the first ones I saw. The first one I saw in the theater was Tomorrow Never Dies. But I mean, I've definitely gone back and done my homework and become a Connery guy. Yeah. But Dalton to me was the first Bond I ever saw in License to Kill.
I thought he was great. I mean, a lot of people slam him. I think he's great.
Really sharp.
His performance is fine.
Dark, really sharp, really edgy. Took it seriously. Really.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he's a great actor. I mean, he's
he's a fantastic
you have
actor.
To figure out how to balance that from some of the kind of silly nature that what's funny about Bond with the dark, serious lethality of Bond. And when you hit that, then you've got the gold. But sometimes one went too far the other way and one went too, that kind of thing.
He threw it away, though. He took those bullshit lines that they wrote for like Roger Moore, and he would throw it away because the guy was a highly trained actor. But I mean, I really liked Dalton as Bond. I really, really liked him.
Yeah, very underrated.
Yeah,
I agree. Would anyone here like to see Dalton or Brosnan play an older James Bond?
Fuck yes. Yeah, anytime. Sure. Yeah. Anytime.
That'd be awesome, dude.
Yeah.
It'd be like Old Man Logan shit, Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll take a what if
it was
Bond
well
movie.
written, yeah. I mean, it's all in the script, but Timothy Dalton
right.
is
If
great.
you got the idea, then go for it.
Would James Bond get old?
Yeah.
Well, considering his line of work, the odds are against him. But should he have actually made it to old age, then you could craft some story of the final, one more go at it, that type of thing.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know, Doug. I think spies are like actors. They never really age. They just kind of progress. You know what I mean? Like, who would suspect an old man to be a spy? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
could
Right.
work. It could work.
Yeah, you got to think. Yeah, you can't have him doing his 30-year-old action. You can't
Right.
do that. You got to figure out how to do that.
But he's still got to get the 30-year-old gals. You know what
Yes,
I mean?
of course, easily.
Well,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
that'll be
Okay.
Yeah.
And I have to say, say what you want about, Craig as Bond. Casino Royale is a damn good movie.
It's superb. It's a
That's a great
superb
Fucking
movie.
great movie.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good James Bond movie.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the rest of them didn't take off.
Yeah,
And
I
then he
just-
turned into a woke piece of shit. But that movie is very, very good.
It's a
Yeah.
badass movie, man.
Yeah.
Especially,
agree.
and it's actually a really good, very clever origin story for James Bond. He's not
Yes.
fully James Bond until the final scene when he kills that bastard
That's right.
Yeah.
with the rifle.
That was fucking
That's
great.
James Bond right there. Unfortunately, we
Motherfucker's
never
knee
saw him
just
again.
explodes.
Yeah, yeah.
And then just falls to the ground, whining like a bitch. And then you fucking dolly or you pan over to fucking Craig, and he's just like, the name's Bond, James Bond. You're like, oh damn,
Yeah.
motherfucker's hardcore. Yeah,
And it was
Yeah.
a great opening, the Cold War opening with black and white, and him
Yes.
playing that Russian. That was
earning
really
the double
well
O.
done.
Yeah,
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 right,
yeah. It was
yeah.
great. That's a cool movie. It's a really cool movie.
Just they couldn't repeat it, I guess.
Well, Martin Campbell
Well-
directed it. He directed Goldeneye.
Yeah.
He directed the Zorro movies with Antonio Banderas. He's a classic action director. He was kind of like the modern day Guy Hamilton of the Bond franchise, but I think they got with Sam Mendes it got a little frou-frou.
Yeah.
But Casino Royale is a solid, hardcore, badass action Bond movie. I love that movie.
Yeah, me too. 100%. The worst Bond movie of all ever. One of the worst movies I've ever seen
Watch it.
was Quantum of Solace.
Okay, you're right.
That's
Oh,
an
yeah, yeah,
unwatchable film.
Yeah.
They were, for some reason, they were cutting like every fucking second. I'm not exaggerating. It was
Yeah.
like every fucking second. It was like cut.
It's like
cut.
a
It
YouTube
was
jump cut.
horrible.
Real quickly,
It's
guys, how do
unwatchable.
you guys feel about the remake of Thunderball and Never Say Never Again?
I like it. I
Yeah.
don't have a problem with it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit of a silliness about it that I would have rather not be there. But
No
I
kidding.
Yeah, but
I
I
did not
listen.
hate it. I didn't hate it. I just kind of like if this is a later Bond, I would have thought it would have
Right.
more about
Andy,
that.
what do you think of that movie?
I liked it. I mean, look, Connery is.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, look, I watched Connery in this mythical story of Highlander 2. It never really happened because it's freaking Connery. It's like, it's like
Yeah.
I could watch Connery like be Bob Ross. It's like,
You could watch Connery in a red thong, and you did.
yes.
And we've got a happy dead little Russian in this tree,
Right.
painting with James.
Yeah,
Bond.
I know.
PJ, did you ever see Never Say Never Again?
Yeah, I remember going to see that. I really enjoyed it.
Did you realize that it was a remake of Thunderball?
Not at the time, but
Yeah.
but
You know what I liked about it was
silly-
I liked the
silly.
video game scene when they're fighting for like the domination of the world over the video game thing. That was kind of cool. Other than that, it's hokey, but it's got Kim Basinger who's smoking hot,
Yeah.
and it's got Connery. I don't give a fuck how old he is. He could be 90 fucking years old. He could play James Bond. I'm watching it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I really love it. And Andy, you need to tell us what you think of Dr. No, but somebody in the chat was asking what's the favorite James Bond soundtrack. Mine is You Only Live Twice, hands down. I love You Only Live Twice. I think that's a hell of a
It's
soundtrack.
superb.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really good.
I sent you the expanded one, right, Doom?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that that soundtrack. I love the song. That is
gorgeous.
a great song. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
gorgeous. That was the peak of Bond movies. But Andy, what do you think of Dr. No?
The details of my life are quite inconsequential. Very well. Where do I begin? Okay, Dr. No. All right. So All right, back to my famous old man perspective. Okay. Now this movie predates me, which is saying something. Okay,
Not by much.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm sorry, Andy. Not really, but continue.
So, all right, I have saved my last swallow of whiskey to John Derek.
Right.
John Derek, who had as his wives Ursula Andress, Linda Evans, and Bo Derek. Wow.
3 strikes and you're out.
You know what? Hell, what a way to strike out. Jesus.
Right?
So Ursula Andress, to me, I remember the very first drawing that I did of an actual human from a photograph. There was a and don't get me wrong. Listen, I was like an adolescent, young man, and totally got the beauty of the situation. But there's a spread in Playboy magazine that Ursula Andress did where she was sitting in a garden, like looking over completely naked at a flower.
Mm.
And my God, this is the perfect visualization of a human woman that was possible. Every single thing about this girl was just like stunning and captivating. Like the features are, as an artist, you strive to create perfection, and you got to look at that and say like, wow, God, like you really hit it there. This was like, she was like beyond stunning. And then like you look at things like Harry Hamlin, who certainly had his he married didn't marry Ursula Andress, but he was with her for several years, had a son with her, and then he moved on to Nicolette Sheridan and Lisa Rinna, and like more luck than any bastard deserves to have.
Right, fucking bastard.
Yeah, I hate you. But my God, like she and. We look at what we have today. You look at Madonna putting her pictures out there where she's like looking like some kind of space alien. And you look at Ursula Andress, who at 50 years old or whatever she was like, hooking up with Harry Hamlin, who just got done with Clash of the Titans and all that. Like,
right.
This guy was like, the heartthrob of all these women in the 80s. And some woman like 15, 20 years older than him, like snatches him up like that. That Sophia Loren, Raquel Welch, who just passed away, these women were capable of holding their beauty and their poise, and is something more than just the physicality of it. There's an element in there. Now, James Bond, as we talk about James Bond, like this element here was the epitome of masculinity. It's like, I mean, here he is. He knows the one, I forget the character's name in the movie, but like she's the Chinese girl, the spy, and he's like looking at the clock, and he knows just how much time he has. Like, yeah, I'm taking advantage of this several times, and then I'm having her arrested.
Yeah,
like my God, like but my advice to all young men out there: find a woman who looks at you the way Moneypenny looked at Bond.
There you go.
That was wow. And Bond here was like, I struggled with the ability to speak with women, to have, but these kind of movies, like Sean Connery in particular, showed me the power of silence. If you couldn't think of anything to say, don't say anything. And just a look was incredibly powerful. I mean, this guy set an example that we see over and over and over again throughout film. It was something that was like Humphrey Bogart had it, but he didn't have the physicality with it. Sean Connery he hit every nail on the head with this. And the performance in this, like, it was great seeing Jack Lord as Leiter. The performances in this thing were so good. It was so, there's a little, contrived things in there, but like you think about things like this, the blind men playing the assassins, like, that's brilliant. That's something that's very like, how would you make this happen? Like, you don't get that kind of creativity in today's showrunners and creatives and things like that. They think overly convoluted, where this is very simplistic. The plot's a little, like, a little strange, but and the resolution of it is pretty quick from today's standards. But every performance in this, there was a commitment, but at the same time, it's almost tongue in cheek. Like, they knew what they were doing. They knew it was what it was for, and like what all the things were hitting, and it was just perfect. But like, as everybody else has said, this really set the mold for so many things that came after it. This was the mold of the Bond. This was like, and I came to Roger Moore. I had originally seen him as the Saint, and watching that, and I remember watching Remington Steele. Like, but once I saw Sean Connery, and I think it was You Only Live Twice, that was really like the thing that really drove it into my brain about the nature of like what it was that they were doing. Like, I watched this later. I believe I watched this after Goldfinger, and I liked this better because it was, you saw the roots. You saw like the the martini shaken not stirred, the ability of this character to, like as Gary pointed out, was like be completely ruthless. Now, what I would say was even more ruthless than shooting the guy in the back, was as they're hiding out in the surf there, like in the little mangrove swamps or whatever it was, and he just comes up behind the guy and kills him, and like just like boom, and he's dead. But the look that was captured in Ursula Andress' face, where she was like this, she just understood the reality of it.
Mm-hmm.
And this was someone who, like, like when she tells her story about the the guy that she like put the Black Widow in his bed, she was capable of that kind of darkness as well. But like that moment there where it was like, there was no question about it. This is just what needs to be done, and there's no other thought about it. Just sorry, but like not sorry, but like not even saving the moment of thinking of sorry, but like, oh well, situation requires it. You're dead. Boom, done. That was like ultimate Bond there, about like, you just do what has to be done, and that, I think, is what is missing in today's society and today's entertainment. Is no one understands what you do, what you have to do, and you don't make a big deal out of it. You just do what you have to do because you have to do it, and move on. If you would stick to something like that, something primal, something that everybody on an innate level understands, Hollywood would have success. But I think, unfortunately, we've got too many of these people in there that are so concerned about how they appear and how they, ooh, I want to be on the right side of history. Like, guess what? History is determined by the winners. And if you think like that, you won't be on that side. But fabulous movie. Like, and this is something that every single man in America should watch. And I guarantee, even in their most depraved state, every purple-haired Karen will look at this, and when they see Sean Connery in that role, they will have a reaction that they would never admit on social media.
An excellent point. An excellent point. I love this movie. I'm really glad we did this one tonight. And I mean,
Good suggestion. Good suggestion.
Thanks, man. I had no idea you loved it that much. That's great.
Oh, it's the origin of James Bond. Goldfinger's my favorite, but this one has a lot of meaning. This one's the Raiders of the James Bond series. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
Absolutely
Groundbreaking.
PJ,
What a perfect choice for Indiana Jones's father.
Oh, there you go. That's right.
Superb.
You were going to say something, PJ?
I just one of the things I forgot to mention before was that I think that maybe the actor Jack Lord got the Hawaii Five-O role in part because he was in Dr. No.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree with you. We forgot to give a shout out to Jack Lord.
Right.
Because he plays the original Felix Leiter. Yeah.
Yep. He was almost Captain Kirk.
He was.
Was he really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Of course, Jeffrey Hunter wasn't coming back, wanted too much money. Jack Lord wanted too much money. So Bill.
Wow.
Bill's cheap, huh?
Yeah, but it worked. I can't imagine. I think it Shatner was the man for the role.
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
A.
Obviously, but yeah.
Jack Lord wanted partial ownership of the fucking show.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was
no.
ridiculous. I'm like,
Wow.
Thank God we got Shatner instead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was just picturing that today. I was thinking about, Jack Lord being in Where No Man Has Gone Before, and he just wouldn't have the same level of charm.
No.
It wouldn't have worked.
I mean, my guess is they were thinking of him just continuing what they seem to be doing with Pike as a more stiff,
Right,
strict by the book type guy.
Until they saw his poetry.
That's true.
Yeah. So, yeah, they lucked out with Shatner.
They
certainly did. We all did. In spite of all his bullshit, we lucked out with Shatner, man.
Yeah, he did.
Bill Shatner.
Amen. Yeah. And I want to say hi to Maria with T and Telly in the chat. She popped in, so it's great to see you, Maria.
Hello,
how are you doing?
Maria.
Speaking of Bond girls.
Ooh, exactly. Yeah, I know, right? I know. If there was ever a YouTube Bond girl, it would be Maria, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
God damn.
Let me just say one thing, guys. You guys, I don't know if you guys have seen prior pictures of Maria, but she could have been a Bond girl.
Oh, without a doubt.
She could still be a Bond girl.
Dude,
Jesus.
wicked hot.
Yeah.
Wicked, like stupid hot. Like I look at her and I feel like I dropped a few IQ levels. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Like that's how hot she is. Yeah, I know.
The hotness that makes a man stupid.
Yeah, that's not just the alcohol talking, Maria. That's legitimate.
And she's very intelligent and spiritual. So
that all that bullshit too. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, for me,
Well, you got to expect this. We've been talking about Bond, so
right. Give us a break.
Yes, but I've talked to her about Buddhism, so I also have that extra dimension.
I've talked to her about booty too. Bootyism.
Buddhism.
Yeah.
Well,
Gary's right. Stupid hot. It's making him stupid.
Right. Thank you for acknowledging that, Doug.
That and the booze. All right. Let's go to some super chats here.
Super chat, small phone.
All right, let's get to a few of these here. We don't have a whole lot. Ninja Hamster Uprising with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Ninja. Says Picard season 3 has the feel of Star Trek Next Generation movies. That is Star Trek Nemesis, the movie that killed all Star Trek movies until JJ reboot. Yeah. No, it essentially is that. It essentially is that fucking Nemesis movie, and
I have a confession to make. I was actually a Vulcan background artist in that movie.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So we can blame you?
Yes, you can blame me. I'm not proud of it.
Well,
I'm not proud of it.
Well,
Gary, what were you thinking?
I wasn't, Doug. I was only 18 years old. I was not thinking.
There's only one thing I can say. Fascinating.
Yes, there we go. Jacob Holler, been an arch villain of mine for 2 years now. Thank you, Jacob. Says, I've been reading books from the 18th and 19th century. Funny to see how times have changed into how things are now. I wonder who will look back to our insanity. The cockroaches. The intelligent cockroaches that evolved from the ashes of our civilization. That's who will. And
Planet of Roaches.
yes, they will not be impressed.
Dr. Zaius will look back on us as very stupid creatures.
Yes.
Okay, Doug.
And of course,
Okay,
you find
Doug.
the Velma statue.
Doug, that's your next project, Doug. Is a bunch of cockroaches worshiping a Doomcock statue.
Oh, it's dark, but it's probably true.
It's true.
The title of the hymn is hashtag Doomcock was right.
The lawgiver.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Saying ape shall not watch Picard season 3.
It's so sad because it's gonna actually happen.
Yeah, I think so.
You maniacs.
Jacob Holler with a $9.99 super sticker of a pair saying thank you. I bow to you, Jacob, and I say thank you, sir. Thank you. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you again, Jack. Jack says, my lord, did you see that the developer Telltale Games is making an Expanse game? And you still haven't let me know how far you are in Bleach. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I've been sick, like I said. But I did not know that an Expanse game is coming. I think that's super cool. I'm actually reading all the books now to try and find the parts of the story that, we didn't get to see in the show. But thank you, Jack. I will rectify that deficiency, my friend. And I thank you for everything, brother. I really do. Chris Nicholson with a $20 super chat. Thank you. Chris says, I was at a Comic-Con and afterwards at the bar, Chris Chibnall walks in. My friend was a fan, but too shy to say hi. So I introduced myself and asked him to quickly greet my friend. They talked for 45 minutes. I feel conflicted. Well, it doesn't mean he's not a nice guy. It's just his Doctor Who sucks peanuts out of shit. I mean, Chris, come on. Chibnall, he could be a very nice person in person. I don't know, but all I can do is judge their work, and the work is bad, dude. The work is
Sure,
bad.
there's a lot of people out there that are really nice, but dip their fries in mayonnaise. But
yeah, I know it's strange. Bun 299 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Bun. Says, I've heard a few positive reviews of STP that I give the benefit of the doubt to, but even if it was good, I still won't watch. Lest Kurtzman get his contract renewed, STP must fail. I agree, Bun. I agree.
You're not missing anything, Bun. Don't worry.
No,
about
I've heard some things that disturb me. Disney Sheepherder with a very generous $50 super chat. Disney Sheepherder, you're a producer tonight, my friend. And Disney Sheepherder says, it's Star Was, sir. Please remind your viewers, it's Star Was. I'm getting triggered again, but alas, love the chat. Yes, around Mr. Sheepherder or producer Disney Sheepherder, refer to Star You Know What as Star Was. Okay, leave the R out. It's just Star Was. Okay, I've done what I could to correct a decades old habit, Disney Sheepherder, and I will continue to keep trying. Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate it. Epic Knight of Knee Sir Knight with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Epic Knight of Knee Sir Knight says, just got out of Cocaine Bear. Haven't laughed this hard in a long time. Oh man,
I can't wait. I am going to go see this thing twice just to stick it to friggin' Marvel and DC. I want this thing to kick Ant-Man's ass from here to the friggin' quantum realm and back. Kevin Feige, you can go suck on Brie Larson's freakish toes all you want. Your shit deserves to freaking die, and I'm going to help out as much as I can by going to see and taking both my kids to Cocaine Bear. That's 3 tickets, probably 4 times over.
I like it. Also, Zed, the VHS otaku, says in the chat, yeah, you know where he got the cocaine? Pablo Escobar.
Hey, boo boo.
Hey, boo boo, you want to go do a couple of lines? But what about the Ranger, Yogi? Oh, fuck the Ranger, boo boo.
Hey, boo boo, say hello to my little friend.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
We're gonna do Scarface on this channel one of these days.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a hell of a movie. Shadow Lion Zero with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Shadow Lion Zero says, "Hey DC, do you and the panel plan on reviewing Mel Brooks' History of the World Part 2 on Hulu?" Dot dot dot. I don't know.
Yeah, we better look at that.
I think we'll look at it.
It looks
but
rough, dude. It looks
I know
like,
that's the problem.
it looks sacrilegious. Yeah, it really looks dishonorable. So
I'm a little worried.
We better cover it.
I'd rather remember Mel as he was, not what he apparently.
He's still
has
around,
become.
man.
I'm not so sure. He's got nothing to lose, right? As his leave a legacy, he might surprise us. He might surprise us.
I don't know, PJ.
Well, but it's
I haven't heard anything
based
about
on
it.
what people are seeing of it. I haven't seen a
really?
lot, but I've heard some bad things. I don't know. I love Mel Brooks, so
God bless Mel Brooks.
Yeah,
I think though, as men age, we get more soft-hearted. As women age, they get the view.
Yes. Well, they say that men get better as they age, women get butter as they age, and that's just that's what happens.
Hey, Ted, you want to date Whoopi again?
Oh God.
Oh God. Stalin Falcon, arch villain of mine for 39 months. Thank you, Stalin Falcon says it is a crime against humanity what they did to Karen Gillan in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Well, we just see like an image, right? I mean, we don't know.
Yeah,
right?
it's a poster image, and my best guess at it might be a gag about because her body is mostly robot parts, and like they'd probably do something like they couldn't find the female parts or something. I don't know, but of course, right off the bat in this current era, it's not a good sign. But it's the goodbye film, so I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know, man. I hope it's not what it looks like, but we'll.
I
we'll
think
see.
what they did on that poster is they put Sean Gunn's body with everyone else's head. Because if you look at Chris Pratt, who's pretty built, and he's looking pretty scrawny, I think they took Sean Gunn's body and put it on everybody. And put everybody's head on it.
I know,
that's
really.
kind of funny. That would be the gag.
That would be funny.
Yeah,
I remember looking at the poster. I thought they put her face on Rancor Steve's body.
Yeah,
because it looked like a skinny-year-old, a skinny like middle school kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I like that. Well,
there you go.
Phantom
And you can
Boomer.
do the opposite and put his head on her.
That'd make him very hard to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that scene in Bachelor Party? Come on, look at my tits. Bet for hire. If you're listening, you got a job to do.
There you go. Put some tits on Rancor Steve's body.
Oh God, that's child's play to such an artist. Child's play. Phantom Boomer with a $3 super sticker of a pair giving a thumbs up. I'm giving it right back to you, Phantom Boomer. Thank you so much, my friend. Joe Doyle with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says I consider this era as the dark ages of entertainment, where a bubonic plague of sucky movies and shows are rampant. You are the beacon of true dissidents. Thank you, Joe Doyle. Thank you. I just say what I believe and what I mean, and I don't care about trends. I don't care, if the majority of people disagree. Shit, I've been in the minority all my life, and that's why I'm a supervillain. You don't become a supervillain if you have been coddled and acclaimed and loved your whole life. Sometimes I'm just an unpopular guy, and I'm used to it, and I don't give a shit. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. George Orwell. Yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much. I think that's very well said, Jack. Very well said, and timely quote. Padre with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Padre. Says the difference between R.M. Briggs opening her mouth versus me opening my mouth is that she gets marriage proposals while I get pitchforks and torches. Well, Padre, try shaving. You've got the beard and the Obi-Wan thing. Maybe if you shave a little bit and have a Rancor Steve teach you how to dress, and you'll get plenty of marriage proposals. Problem is, you won't want any of them, but you'll get them. You really won't. Eli McKinnis has been a Dumentite for 33 months now. Thank you, Eli. Says, hail DC. I love this Bond movie. My favorite. It's my favorite too, man. I love this movie. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, I'll just send you an email, my lord, with a quote that sums up what these woke freaks are doing, whether they know it or not. Please read it for the panel. Okay, I'll see if I can dig it up real quick when we're saying goodnight to folks. It'll take me a few minutes. Padre with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Padre. Says DC movie request, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Oh, man, that's a great one.
That's a good one.
That's a damn good one. Maybe we should.
Love that movie.
Yeah.
Remind people what good Disney was back in the day.
Yeah.
Totally
Also,
agree.
Bunny Trails, Bunny Rescue is pretty cool. So that's Padre saying Bunny Trails, Bunny Rescue is pretty good. TheBunnyRescue.com, folks. TheBunnyRescue.com. General Sod with a £5 super chat. Thank you, General. Says, please review The Man with the Golden Gun. It's the perfect antidote for any woke film made today. Always makes me feel good after watching it. That's right. Scaramanga. Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
That's a fucking great one.
It's a cool movie, yeah.
Yeah.
With tattoo in it.
That had to have been the inspiration, huh? Because Christopher Lee kind of looks like Mr. Rourke.
It's
I
true,
know,
isn't he?
Yeah.
I never
And
thought about that.
He's got a secret island.
3 nipples.
Yeah, 3.
Take it easy, Andy. I have 3 nipples.
Path, the plane. On this Bond, on this plane tattoo. No, Bath. Then turn off the laser and welcome to Fantasy Island. Dark Saber Force who's been a channel member for 2 months now. Thank you, my friend. Says most recent favorite Bond polls list Dalton second to Connery. Well, that's kind of refreshing because I honestly have always thought that Dalton was fantastic.
Yeah.
So I have no problem with that. Cardinal Sin, the great Cardinal Sin with a $2.99 super sticker of the pair giving a thumbs up. Thank you, Gil. Hail to Cardinal Sin. I'm giving you a thumbs up right back, brother. And Cardinal Sin with a $1.99 super chat makes a good point, but Danger Man was before 007.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen Secret Agent Man? Danger Man, as it was known in the UK?
Yes, we have.
Yep.
It wasn't
I
before
love
the
that
books,
movie.
but it was before the show or before the movies.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Before the movies, but yeah.
He's
not
technically
not
right.
The books, not the books.
By the way, if I could just say, Doomcock, some of the guests that Gil is having on his channel are just amazing. You guys are going to want to check that out.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Especially paranormal
That's true.
stuff.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. He's got some
Absolutely.
good people.
Cardinal Sin is awesome, and folks should subscribe to him. I wish, I would love to do more paranormal stuff with Cardinal Sin. Absolutely. Bruce Wayne with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bruce Wayne. Says, my favorite Bond movie was A View to a Kill.
It's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one. I like Duran Duran, too. I love their music.
The best part about that movie is Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
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 He's just like laughing his ass off while he's machine gunning like dozens of people. That's the best part of the movie. He's like, and just machine gunning all of them.
You expect me to
Hilarious.
talk? No.
What's in this gun? It's rock salt. What?
You expect me to talk? No. Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says the two best of the Craig Bond films, Casino Royale and Skyfall.
Sure.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And DC, you liked High School DxD. Another series you should check out, Date Alive. Okay, Jack, I'll add it to the list, man. I'm just swamped, but I do appreciate that. And yeah, I do like High School DxD. Dixon Cider sent me some more of those. Hail and thank you, Dixon Cider. I love
Well,
them.
of course
They're
he did.
fun. A lot of fun. Yeah, of course. Dixon Cider, what are you going to do? Darksaber Force with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says there was going to be a second remake of Thunderball called Warhead 2000 with Dalton returning as Bond and Liam Neeson as the villain.
Oh, that's right. I remember hearing that.
That would have been interesting.
That would have been interesting. Damn. Too bad they didn't do that. Stone Racket with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Stone Racket. Says, please have me on the PCB panel when you feature Goldfinger. I'm a real James Bond fanatic. Then we will do so, Stone Racket. We will do so.
We already did Goldfinger, I believe, at one point.
Did we?
Last year?
think so.
Yeah.
Did we?
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I think it was before you were around. But I
We did
I
Gold-
do
I don't
remember
that.
I do remember. I don't know. Maybe I'm too shit-faced, but I do
Yeah.
remember. I do remember us reviewing the film. So
Huh. Maybe we okay, well I'll go back and check.
Hey, we can always do it again. I'm cool with that. You know.
Well,
I love Goldfinger.
it might be good to kind of do some of these, you know, like some of our favorite ones.
It's fine with me.
I wonder if we.
Especially if you're going to have other people on the panel, you know, maybe that
Yeah.
would be, you could look back at another movie we already did, and they can have a different perspective. And that.
I
kind of
just
thing.
checked my list. I do not see Goldfinger on there.
we may have talked about it tangentially, like
Yeah,
you know,
I'm sure it came up. Yeah,
like it came
Yeah.
up and we talked
Right.
about it. Because I don't remember us talking about, you know, painting the woman gold except for a small patch at the
Well,
base
what the
of her.
fuck do I know? I don't know anything. So
Yeah,
don't
Gary-
worry about me. Don't listen.
Gary,
to me.
as by his own admission, is shit faced, and Maria made him stupid. So,
So there you go.
My wife made me stupid.
oops.
Shit-faced and stupid is no way to go through life for a young man. Gordon Schnick with who's been a Dumenta of mine for 5 months now. Thank you, Gordon. Says, hey DC, great show tonight. I'm very glad you had fun, man. I'm really glad. And Jack White with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, month of Miyazaki already. Get to it, hop. I love Miyazaki. I love Totoro and Porco Rosso and Kiki's Delivery Service. You know, Howl's Moving Castle, Spirited Away. I mean, on and on and on. It's fantastic stuff. And and Bunny Mom Ambrosia says it is my job to you know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bunny Mom Ambrosia. And Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Aaron. Says, Doomcock, you're in Texas. Surely there is a rattlesnake ranch nearby that can take bunnies in and give them a good home from Gary's lair. Oh, Aaron Pipes. I support the bunnies. And I support
As someone
the
who has met Bethany, Bunny Mom Ambrosia, you do not want to piss her off like that.
Oh no, I'm
Not
sure.
unless you enjoy black eyes and broken jaws, you know.
Yeah.
Because it does happen.
Yeah.
Thank God I'm a
Beautiful
quick
and
healer.
tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, folks, this brings us to the end of our live stream tonight. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank the panel. Thank you, Gary, for pulling all those shots. And as always, for your amazing notes. Douglas, your amazing illustrations. PJ, for looking so much like Timothy Dalton. I swear to God. I really believe it. He
When
does.
we do the Dalton Bond movies, we gotta have PJ on.
We got to,
Fuck
man.
yeah,
He's got to
let's do
reach.
it.
Preferably in a tuxedo.
And then there is Andy Masterson giving Qui-Gon Jinn head there.
The fabulous Qui-Gon Jinn.
That's right.
I have a certain set of skills.
My God. It's not woke enough.
It was funny. His head fell off, and that's why he was giving him head. You didn't. For some might have missed that. His head fell off. He was putting the head back on. Go back and see it.
Sure.
Anyway, let's go ahead and Douglas Nelson, please plug your channel and say anything you would like to tell us, my friend.
Hey, come on, guys. Give Picard a chance.
Get the fuck out of here. Next guy.
The channel is the Nelson Ratings. The comic book is Night Night, available over at indieplanet.com. Check out Night Night there. The podcast is the Mr. Nelson Show over at radiomisfits.com or wherever you get your podcasts. And you can also check me out at the nelsonratings.locals.com. There's all kinds of goodies there. And you can follow me on Twitter at Mr. Nelson.
And I recommend that you do. And because we never leave any super chat behind, Jack White had asked for this quote to be read, and I think it's a damn good one. Every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book rewritten. Every picture has been repainted. Every statue and street building has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And the process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right. And that is from George Orwell's 1984, one of the most chilling books I've ever read in my life. And Jack White with a $10 super chat also says, did you check out the other emails I sent you last week? And when you read or watch Data Live, I would be shocked if you didn't think Toka is best girl. Like I said, things have been a little rough lately, so I am behind, Jack, but I will get on it. I promise you that, and I will answer you, my friend. Thank you for your patience as always. Gary Ambrosia, please plug the great work that your wife is doing.
Well, for those of you who do not know, my lovely wife runs a rabbit rescue, which you can find at thebunnytrailrescue. Is it com or org?
It's .com, I believe.
.com, I believe. Oh my gosh, I'm so trashed. It's her fault.
Sorry.
It's not your fault. It's her fault. So check it out. Run a little traffic over by the website, and if you are so inclined, maybe throw her a buck or two because the little critters got to eat. Other than that, I put up a couple little fun little movie prop videos and stuff like that I do on my own personal channel on YouTube, which you can find at YouTube/Gary Ambrosia. Other than that, come back every Wednesday night. We will be here. Hail to the chat. Hail to the wrenches. We love y'all. Stay angry, and we will see you next week.
Absolutely, Gary. Thank you, sir. And PJ, please plug anything you would like to plug, my friend.
Yeah, by the way, guys, Gary's channel, he just launched it. You guys have to check that out. It's really
absolutely
amazing stuff going on there. Before I plug something, Doomcock, can I just say one thing? If anybody has ever come to me saying that Doomcock is intolerant in any way, I do want to say to anybody who's listening, that's total BS. I'm openly supporting Terry, and I'm here, and I'm welcome, and I feel very welcome here. So I do want to say that's, if anybody's ever said that, it's not true.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that.
There's a lot of opinions on here, and everybody respects everybody on here. Sorry, Douglas.
Absolutely.
Well, I didn't want to trample over you, but real quick, I'll second that. Especially since I once told Doomcock I didn't hate Lost.
I know, and I like a lot.
And I'm still here.
And I was like, what?
And here you are.
Here you still are. Although I do plot my revenge.
I know.
Day.
By making him watch Willow.
For the spider to be dropped in the row.
That's right. But thank you, PJ. I'm used to all the slanders and lies and people taking things I say out of context and everything. And
I think people get confused with your passion about. You're very passionate, so I think people get confused with that.
Yes, I believe that's possibly true. But I am a supervillain, and I have never claimed to be anything else. So. Truth in advertising.
The only thing I wanted to plug, and I now have permission to say it, our secret guest on Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific, who is going to be reviewing the episode Picard with me, is none other than a Rick Berman era Star Trek writer, Mark Scott Zickrey, and also the creator of Space Command. So he's going to be reviewing the episode with me on Friday at 6:00 Eastern.
Don't miss that, kid.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Thank you, PJ, man. It's great to have you here. And Andy Masterson, please plug away, my friend.
Okay. going to be a long list here. As Gary said, please check out his wife's Bunny Rescue. Gary has, in the time of this show, has become like a brother to me, and that makes his lovely wife my sister. And she does an amazing job with all these little rabbits that come in there, and they're all like little cute, not nasty, horrible teeth or anything like that. And she takes care of them and she finds them homes. So it's really a wonderful thing that she does. I've been doing customizing action figures and stuff for like about 10, 15 years now. And Gary has revolutionized the way that I've done things. So check out his channel. He's going to show you how to do like all kinds of cool tricks and stuff for the that real Hollywood people and props departments have done. It's an opportunity for you to get into the minds and techniques of some of these people in a field that is probably dying. So do yourself a favor and check some of this stuff out. My own channel, The Laboratory of Mayhem, I have just recently reviewed a very bad video that I did because my audio stunk because I didn't double check it. But it's reviewing Anna That Star Wars Girl's cosplay calendar, which I highly recommend. And she'll probably do another one, which I will probably highly recommend. Beautiful girl, and she does a lot of these things, like painstakingly recreating things. I'm not much of a gamer. This is the gamer edition. So I had to force my son into looking at these images, which he appreciated a great deal. But anyway, and make sure
you're a good dad, Andy.
You're a good dad.
Make sure you tune back into us here every Wednesday night on Pop Culture Breakdown, where you're going to get a different kind of feedback. It's not an echo chamber. As you can see, there's a lot of differing opinions here. Doomcock is more than willing to bring on people that might not absolutely agree. Like that. I mean, I think the Axel Braun version's the best, but hey, but that and Friday Night Frolics. Friday Night Frolics is the most fun you're going to have on YouTube. Check it out on Friday nights. Impersonations, impressions, brand new, unique characters, original content, people. This is what you're screaming for, is original content. You got a man here who's got an imagination and creativity. He can sing. He can do comedy. He writes song parodies, all these things, and still stays engaged with everybody in the chat and reads every super chat along the way. Check out Friday Night Frolics if you're not doing that. See you next week.
Thanks, Andy. I really appreciate you, brother. All of you guys are amazing. And they slipped in a few more. Padre with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Padre. Says, I think your channel is chock full of writers. John Stakely's Armor would be a great screenplay. Also, I'm intoxicated. And thank you, Gary, for making me laugh tonight. And salute to you as well. Bunny Mom Ambrosia, please don't murder me. I don't think she will. Hail, Padre. We love you, man. And Jack White with two $5 super chats in a row. Thank you, Jack. Jack says, an anime series with good English dubs, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Cowboy Bebop, Yu Yu Hakusho. I am on to all of those, Jack, from your recommendations. All of those are on my list. And Jack also says some other good romance anime series. Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai, More Than a Married Couple, But Not Lovers, Remake Our Life. Thank you, my friend. You're endless font of anime knowledge, sir. And I salute you. Christopher Dominguez, Dumenta Mine for a month, says, great show, gentlemen. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, sir. And Matt G with a $10 super chat. He's got a good question here. Thank you, Matt G. Says, what happens if the woke pop culture war ends in a draw? Berlin Wall scenario. Half of our pop culture is woke as fuck, and the other half is free as fuck, and neither can control what the other does. They somehow coexist. I don't know. I don't know. Anybody have an answer to that?
I do.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
We will tear down that wall.
Yeah.
Mr. Gorbachev.
I mean, all this time they've been pursuing this other audience that's going to come in and fill the void left by the old audience that betrayed it, or what have you left. And they still haven't found them. At least they don't have any money. So
right.
That's how that ends.
So many of these sitting on the shelf.
Right.
Nobody
Yeah.
wants the
Right.
fabulous
Yeah,
Qui-Gon
yeah.
Jinn. They want the classic version. But yeah,
Yes,
they
yes.
don't actually watch this stuff. All they do is say, "Did you check the boxes? Okay, you're approved. You didn't, you stink." They don't
Yeah.
actually watch it
No.
or buy anything, for God's sake, which
And
is
those
like,
toys, whether you collect them or not, it doesn't matter. They're the telltale sign because they're never going to release their true numbers. But those toys will tell you the tale. They're sitting there
Right.
collecting dust. There you go. And
It's
that's
true.
of just about every franchise right now.
Yep.
which should give Rancor Steve plenty of content for his channel because all these things are on clearance.
Yeah.
I love
Bring
it.
out the
man.
hammer.
Bring out that hammer. Tear down that wall, Mr. Gorbachev. All right, you guys. Well, I thank you all. I hope I will see you on Friday Night Frolics on Friday, and of course, I hope you'll see come back Pop Culture Breakdown this next Wednesday. All right, guys, from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock and my panel of pop culture pundits bidding you all, my friends, good night and sleep well. Stay angry, damn it. Good night.